Good morning and welcome again to the second day of the final project discussion of the Emory class 2018-2020. It's my pleasure to invite the first candidate of this morning, Massimiliano Borsani, that together with Sara Casati will present the work that has been done about raising awareness on research infrastructure, the Milano Bicocca case. Massimiliano and Sara, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maria Luisa. Enrico could please give to Massimiliano the ball.
Massimiliano is already the presenter.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm starting the presentation, so Sara will discuss first. I'm now moving to. Here it is.
So good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure and also an emotion to present with Massimiliano our field project. Please, the next slide, Massimiliano. In 2019, UNIMIB participated with different levels of development in 9 S3 research infrastructure, and it was solid its positioning in the S3 world. Ray and Emory well exemplified it. But despite all this, the university scientific communities seem to ignore or underuse the services offered by the research infrastructure or the opportunity to be part of them. Next one, please. Thus, in 2019, in the same year, the rector in chair decided to change pace to support a huge cultural revolution, highlighting research infrastructure as a common good and scientific environment. In fact, in the light of the current scientific debate among verification, responsible research and innovation, and open access, and of the new criteria for application to national and international calls, the rector considered a priority that the research infrastructure became a tool and a familiar environment for all the university researchers, with a particular attention to the young generation. The project was institutionally endorsed in July 2019, and after the new rector's election, there was a governance change. The InfraUnimi project was launched. As a first step, the new governance activate a mapping of the activities, services, and results of the last 3 years of S3 research infrastructure in which UNIMIB was already institutionally involved. This result were the basis for the strategic decision in 2020. So InfraUnimi was an instructor in 2 specific and innovative service action, InfraLab and InfraDesk. InfraLab to promote an open space of interaction and training with researchers, but not only, as we see, and systematically collect the needs of the scientific community through the training activity itself. InfraDesk, more a supporting service, in order to facilitate access or participation as active partners of the researcher to the research infrastructure. The next one, please. So thinking both the training and the desk as relating and supporting parts, the InfraUnimi services started to be implemented as an integrated institutional action with complementary objectives such as training, networking, young generation involvement for InfraUnimi, open access service providing, new research infrastructure partnership or candidatures for the InfraDesk. 2 words on young generation involvement. We developed from the very beginning a strong link with the PhD school and created a research infrastructure alert within the Maria Sklodowska-Curie action and with the postgraduate department programs. The next one, please, Massimiliano. Which pillars for our services? Well, engagement, transparency, and reciprocity has been being the pillars both of our InfraUnimi framework and at the same time, raising awareness process. Some methodological passages were their key and infrastructure the overall process. We try to, well, synthesize with this image. And first of all, governance commitment. As we shared during the first Emory module, research infrastructure represents a double challenge in terms of governance. Internally, in the way the research process is managed, and externally through the promotion and implementation of science as a collaborative and participatory process. Introducing this paradigm into the university community, in our university community, entails a great change, possible and sustainable only if the university governance, first and foremost the research prorectors, is committed together with the internal research infrastructure representative. Aware of this critical requirement, we cared for a governance engagement process based on transparency, as I said, reciprocity, community building, and mapping as a vector of a proactive knowledge. The first user and testers, in a certain way, of InfraUniv were the same prorectors. We will see later something more on mapping landscape. Now we go to the co-produced multi-level communication. That is also key. Based on a participatory approach and the co-production of tools and content, the communication process has been structured as an engagement and community building process related to the progressive information. First of all, both with research infrastructure reference people and the internal research communities, but de facto, gradually, with all the university, including the technical staff. And this was a very successful step. It was key to tailor information with departments, directly connecting with the directors as well as with the PhD course coordinator, but also to generate expectation using ordinary tools for a research infrastructure storytelling. Massimiliano will say more, but in particular, we use a dedicated mailing list to tell in a nutshell, but within a services horizon, each of the research infrastructure present in Bicocca prior to the dedicated webinar. And we dedicated a monthly section to S3 research infrastructure in the new research magazine. Then team working or working as a team was another critical passage. Raising interest and awareness, increasing proactive participation in research infrastructure requires constant and structural teamwork at different levels. To be effective, we needed the collaboration of different technical departments, so-called area in our university, communication, administrative research area, IT, but also every time we support a new application, we need to work as a team with researchers and the governance itself. The next one, please. As I said, mapping landscape was the first practical step. This course of action was decisive to establish a common basis of work and discussion. The new governance collecting these concrete data, recognizing the research infrastructure value, decided to include research infrastructure as a pillar of its 3 years program, and to improve the UNIBIB commitment. It was very important as a governance choice to underline that the benchmark of this new course was the identification of the health and food domain as the first S3 domain in which to test a new university application model directly supported by governance. Massimiliano, the floor now is yours.
Thank you, Sara. So I will now show you some of the actions, the results we get from the methodology and the approach and the project we developed with Sara and everybody was involved. So first, we try to widen the participation of the university of existing ESRI research infrastructure. Why? Because as Sarah said, it's something we decide with the governance, and it's a way to show them how a quality, high-level, excellent service providing could impact also on university at the local level. Also, if you copy the way, or you get interested in the way you manage the facility at the European, the excellent level, you could do the same or more in a similar way at the local level. So, so first, which was the landscape when before InfraUnion start? We have to say that the situation of the university was quite good because Milano Bicocca participated at 6 distributed research infrastructure as one partnership with an additional one, and 2 formal collaboration with another 2. So what we would like to do was to increase this number by 50%. So it's a strong push to increase by adding 4 nodes. And we focus, as Sarah says, on the health and food domain, because it's something that emerged from the mapping and from the stakeholders, so from the governance in particular. So we then move. So what are the results of this action? Now the University of Milano Bicocca participate in 3 additional ESRI research infrastructures, ECRIN, EATRIS, and BRC Italy. They participated on the national node of this research infrastructure. So EATRIN, that is the national node for EACRI, for ECRIN, and EATRIS for EATRIS, and then BRC Italy for MBRC. So we then became part also of a new research infrastructures actually that is not an ESRI one, but applied for the roadmap 2021, so could become a once. We start a discussion with an additional health and food research infrastructures that has no national node in Italy, but this is a very new thing, is under development. And at the end, we help moving the collaboration, the partnership from Unidata with the CESDA, so with the local node, to become the co-coordinating new national nodes of Italy for CESDA. CESDA has no national nodes in Italy. All these actions were driven by the focus on scientific excellence, on positive negotiation. So we were there to explain to the people what research infrastructure are, why they are useful, how they work at the European and national levels, and the team working, as Sarah said, at all the level, the administrative and the scientific level. So a couple of examples, a couple of results of our actions. First, we put in contact the Istituto Superiore di Sanità, the National Health Institute of Italy, with the governance. They discussed about the possibility to include the new born CRO, Clinical Research Organization of the University, the BICRO, into the EATRIN, so the national node of the Ukraine. And so they start this discussion. We know that we have the possibility to be included because we first test the extent of the place, and then we moved. And so at the end, we have these results. So that here the work was to let people speak, help people understanding each other. And what we finally have as a result was to improve the visibility of these local actions, so the BICRO. Second example, we pushed to improve the standard using the ESRI research infrastructure as a leverage. We used to push the stand to improve the standards at the university level. We have 3 good, excellent technology platforms we want to include in the existing technology platform of EATRIS. I will not spoke about them because Florence and Maria-Louise spoke of them yesterday, but basically we want to include them in the existing portfolio of EATRIS. And so what we have to understand is what is their way to work, so the way they provide service to the community. And the 2 things emerged were that the SOPs, the standard operating procedure, were not built to be reports for the user, but they are some sort of guidelines, internal guidelines for internal use, not a report for the user that could explain the quality, how the different passages of the service, so the steps of the service were created, and how they provide this service, and how they manage also the quality control of the service and so on. And the second most important one was that the prices was very confusing. We have pricing only in Italy, the majority of the costs were on an hourly based cost. So we basically, because the PI want to decide how much to charge to the different user. This is not transparent at all. We push them to rethink about the service providing, to think about service providing as a pipeline with modules. Each modules you can calculate the cost of each single step and then provide them as a cost that is clear for the client, for the user, and not something that you will provide on a person basis. So we apply, and we became included in the ATRIS, the National Node of e-ATRIS. So that was for infra desk actions. I will now move for the actions and results related to the infra lab. With the infra lab, we want to improve. So we want to raise awareness about research infrastructure. To do it, what we did was we update and create new pages that describe research infrastructure in general, at the national level, at S3 level, all the small pages and informative pages about each single S3 research infrastructure you need to participate, with the links at the service they provide at a European level, because this is to help them to get open access to what is there. And second, we try to start it to have events and labs. First event should have been a 3-day workshop in which we present what all the existing research infrastructure, a multidisciplinarity event in which people could speak with each other. But we had the pandemic, COVID-19 hit, so we have to move to have 11 online events that were basically one for research infrastructure. When we ask people to register for the online event, we also ask them to answer, to provide us some short information and answer 3 easy questions. These are the results of what we get, and these are the messages that we want to also show you. First, when we started, we focused on traditional communications, and the first event, the people that participate were the traditional core of research in university, professors and postdocs. Then we move in a different, we change according with the stakeholders, the communication strategy, and push forward for including the PhD schools. And as you can clearly see from the graph, the number of PhD students and students grow very high, and we were able to include the young generation and not only the core of the researcher at the university. Second, we asked the 3 simple questions about research infrastructure. What is research infrastructure? Have you ever heard of an S3 research infrastructure? Have you ever used a service on S3 research infrastructures? First, as you can see, we have the impression that for people, the research infrastructure are a piece of equipment, of collections. And as you can see in the first event, the yellow bar is the big one. Then we push to let them understand that this is the research infrastructure are organization providing service, and that's why this is a master in business administration, not in technology platform administration. And so as you can see, the red bar grow bigger and so on. So in the following event, so in some way we were able to push the community to a different comprehension of what is out there. Second question: have you ever heard of S3 research infrastructures? It is not clear here, but basically half answer yes and half answer no. But here we selected this graph because this clearly shows that the junior position doesn't know what a research infrastructure is and that what an S3 research infrastructure is, and only the senior position, particularly professors, says that they know S3 research infrastructure. Some of them are participating in research infrastructure, so the answer is not the same way. Finally, have you ever heard a service provided by S3 research infrastructure? The answer is 7% yes, and some of the people that answer yes came from a research infrastructure. So it is clearly a problem for all the community that is stay here and is including this master. Our impression is that research infrastructure is not well known, and people don't know that there are many open services that are there for quality services that are there for their research. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Sara, you are muted.
Sorry. So we interpret the resin awareness
Sarah,
process.
sorry, you have only 1 minute.
Okay. Three key points: early sharing and tailoring information, and also working on a common research infrastructure language. Because for most of the people, research infrastructure is a technological platform, so something really different, where and are key vector of understanding and engagement. And engagement was key. The next slide. At the same time, was key co-producing institutional best practices. Awareness raised because of this practical involvement that was also a recognizing process. And as I said at the very beginning, to have on board also the technical legal staff was key. And the last slide, well, team working within a multi-messenger framework not only increase the overall awareness, but enlarge in terms of research infrastructure our community through this inclusive interaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Sara and Massimiliano, for the presentation of your work. And now the floor is open for discussion, for a few questions.
If I may, Florence Pietrix here. It's not so much of a question, it's a comment. I wanted to say that I think thank you, Massimiliano and Sara, for the work done. I think it's absolutely key raising awareness of research infrastructure at university level. And I think to me, the work you have done should be seen as best practice if we want Earth research infrastructure to penetrate university and ensure utilization of the infrastructure at the national and European level. And I like very much the work you have done. And for us, such work would fit perfectly within the reward framework we are developing. And that's it. Yes, that's what I wanted to tell you. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, an information from the ERIC forum, I share that we are going to discuss with this field project, and they say, well, we want to know better, because now the university community is our key target. Without them, all the research infrastructure work is, well, without their recipients. So thank you, Beatrice. And also thank you, Christine, for your comment.
Maria-Luisa? Maria-Luisa, I have a question.
Marcus, please.
Thank you very much, Sara and Max. I think you really showcased very, very nicely. Sorry, what can be done in a university participating in many different areas. And as Sara said, I just tweeted that is a message to the ERIC Forum, because they are the biggest consortium in Europe, struggling with more participation or better participation of national nodes within their European research infrastructures. Now, the question I have is, what about those universities which are already very specialized, so they do not have the big portfolio like Milano Bicocca University, where it seemed at least to be easier to have it easier to involve researchers to participate, or core facilities to participate in research infrastructures. What is your message for those more specialized universities who do not have this diversity? What should they do?
No, Massimiliano, you want to answer?
Yeah, but the impression could have is, for instance, suppose it's a medical university, so it's focused only on medicine. I will try to do a similar things, just focusing on the research infrastructure that could be they could involve. So basically, for instance, the PPMRI, IATRIS, and ECREM. That's an example. I'm another things that I would like to comment on that, for instance, is that what I'm trying to do now in my current position is that we have to consider that the ESFIS is the top level, tier 1 level of research infrastructure, but I think that the ecosystem of research infrastructure will be highly impacted if that tier 1 level could be able to help at the creation of a tier 2 level that should not impact on the founding of the tier 1 level, but to having some research infrastructure that are not the S1, but are very focused on specific topics and could interact with the ones that are there. And in that case, I think that we can focus on that. For instance, for the medical one, also for the technology one, because one of the problems that I see is that, in particular in the health and food, basically I saw only IBISBA is very focused on technology aspects and on innovation and not research. But that's my opinion. So, but that's also something that will affect the research infrastructure in general. So I think that you're right. We have to find a way to include the ones very specialized.
I can add, a consideration. Before Christmas, our university will publicly launch the training engagement action made by the webinar cycle, because a lot of university asked us to share this experience in order to settle it. During the cycle, we involved some national node coordinator that was not on board at our university, but from our university. What I can say is that, first of all, we can share good practice within and among the university landscape, and that we, in the other end, as you know, Marcus, the research infrastructure are multi-messenger context. So even if a university has a very specific focus, this specific focus inside what science is asking to researchers, has to put in connection with the other dimension. So what I think that also thinking specifically a training or an engagement course, this course need to open. For this reason, working with the PhD students, we talk with them in cross terms. And so it's the same for the very specific university, I think.
I hear already Maria Luisa saying that's all part of RI Train Plus, right?
That's right. That's right. Sorry, but time is over, and therefore I have to.
Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you.
Yes.
Or just to add something for Massimiliano and Sara, I think that it is important for the further development of your project to clarify better what are the KPIs for the governance of this university or whatever to assess the benefit of this involvement of the university within S3 RISE. If this should be evaluated in terms of economics, in terms of grants, awards, or in terms of relationships or research. So I think you should need to clarify the benefits, translate it through very simple KPIs, and try to explain also looking at best cases around Europe and the world I think it will be very useful for our current governments, because it's a bottom-up process that has been well described by your empirical analysis and interviews, but now we need to move, and this is moving this current governance to a more strategic approach. Thank you, and good luck for your further involvement in this.
Yeah, indeed, an impact analysis is really now needed. And now it's a pleasure to invite Monique Bossi to present her work on how to build the cost book for distributed research infrastructure, the ERISE case study. Please, Monique.
Yes, thank you. Can you see my screen? Can you see the presentation now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So good morning, everybody. Thank you, of course, for organizing in such a condition this graduation. I would like to join my colleagues in thanking the retrained staff, both the faculty member and the staff like Laura, that was very precious for me. And also the participants. I've been following the presentations very carefully, and despite, some of them was not very straightforward for me, the richness that I saw in such diverse program and presentation and background is for me one of the main added value of being part of the master. So today my presentation and my field project is about how to build the cost book for distributed research infrastructures, and particularly the IRIS case study. And let me just mention my gratefulness to Luca Pezzati and Laura Benassi from the IRIS Coordination Office, and also Francesca Magli and Enrico Guarini that were supervising my field project. Last but not least, I would like to also to mention the fact that in the meantime, since October, I moved to LifeWatch ERIC, the data center that is based in Italy in Lecce. And I'm mentioning this because during my interview with the board of interviewers, my participation to EMRI was well evaluated when discussing my curriculum. So I'm happy to share this with you all as a result of the participation to the EMRI. So going to the presentation itself and to the field project, what I would like to underline is that, of course, the presentation is structured on the structure that we were given. But I'd like also to underline the fact that, as Jana said yesterday, as you know, IRIS has just finished its preparatory phase, though it's still facing the transition. It has to start the transition phase before becoming an ERIC, and therefore the findings that I have are still under discussion. So the figures that you will see are not final, are still under discussion, and some of them are just for the sake of the exercise. Indeed, the focus of my field project is not on the IRIS cost book as such, but it's on the methodology. So it's not the destination that I'm describing now in a while, but it's the journey that is still going on towards the destination. So I'd like to start with the background part. Let's say this work has a very specific and very concrete origin and rationale. December last year, the Board of Governmental Representative decided to set up the Interim General Assembly of IRIS. And during the first meetings that they had, they all mentioned the need of a cost book for IRIS in order to proceed with the whole process toward the establishment and application for the ERIC. Indeed, as mentioned yesterday, IRIS can build on a sound scientific basis. They're building on 20 years of cooperative and integrating projects. Therefore, the scientific part, the community, is very well established and very sound and very aware of the opportunities and excellence that is provided by IRIS as an infrastructure. What is missing and what is, let's say, going on now is the establishment of sound financial and legal basis for the infrastructure. So, as I said, the origin and the rationale behind is very simple. There was a need for the cost book, and so to say, I volunteered to prepare the cost book for IRIS. Very naively, I would say, and what I was working on and is this IRIS cost book. That is a living document. As I said, is more the methodology at this stage, at least, than the actual figures. And what is important for me is that I wanted to provide both the institutional components and the scientific component of the negotiation that are now going on for the establishment of IRIS-ERIC with a flexible tool, with a managerial tool, I would say, in supporting their discussion. Now, I will show you in a while what I mean when I say flexible and managerial tool. And the main, let's say, and the core of this of the tool is the assessment of the investments that are needed in order to set up the infrastructure independently from the source of financing. So in the case of IRIS, the discussion on in-kind, in-cash contribution fee, access services for free or against payment are quite clear, at least, let's say, at general level. But the tool that I try to develop is flexible, in meaning that it is adaptable to the source of funding, and it's adaptable on the different decisions that are taken for a research infrastructure that might like to use it. So, sorry. The structure of the cost book reflects both the structure of IRIS that was briefly presented yesterday during Jana's discussion. So on the upper part of the slide, you see how IRIS is conceived. You have 4 access platforms and a central app that are all fed by different national nodes. Now there are more or less 20 national nodes that are participating and adhering to the initiative. On the bottom part of the slide, you see the structure of and reflecting the life cycle of a project, of a research infrastructure. So on the left part, you see the background, as I said, the solid, the sound scientific background. So the projects and the preparatory phase. In the middle, you see the implementation and operational phase that are actually what I consider in my field project, and then the decommission. But in the case of IRIS, the decommission can be neglected as you will see, nothing will be built. So all the access and the services will be provided by the country. And what is also important, mentioning the structure, is that for the implementation and operational phase, in the cost book, in the exercise that I did, there are different scenarios taking into consideration the pessimistic, the baseline, and an optimistic scenarios for both phases. So the timeline, again, you saw already this graph yesterday. IRIS is now here in this very point. So the preparatory phase has ended. There is now a brand new integrating project that has just started, and they are facing what they call the valley of death, but I'd like to call the transition phase and the implementation phase, because I think it's more appropriate. So we move now to the action itself, and for me, as I said, action is the methodology. At the very beginning of this exercise, I started with the desk research because everybody, as I said, was asking for a cost book. I thought that there were some examples or some reference documents around, so I started with the desk research. And I found a few guidelines, as for instance, the guideline provided by Stress-Free Project. And then also I had the opportunity to find some very useful documents as the one provided by Actris, that is a project with the same level of maturity of IRIS, so they are running more or less in parallel. And of course, I also harvested the documents and deliverables and the data that emerged from the projects where IRIS is building on. I also had the possibility to participate to some specific events like the one that is mentioned here, organized by the Accelerate project on in-kind contributions specifically. But more than ever, above all, I would like to mention that I had the opportunity to speak with some experts that were very, very useful because, as you will see, the landscape is very heterogeneous. So here you see my four experts. There is an asterisk on Pirio because I had the chance to meet her at one of the events organized in Brussels by Emery. So we started discussing, and I found Pirio was one of my main references in my exercise, as she is the legal counsel at the University of Helsinki for the participation of the university itself in many infrastructures. So she has a very sound legal background and experience, hands-on experience, which is important. Then Gelsomina Pappalardo is the Italian S3 delegate, but she's also part of the Actris project that, as I said, for me was a very important reference and benchmark for my activity. Ornella De Giacomo from the CERIC ERIC, and in particular, she was helping me with the in-kind contribution, was also the task that CERIC ERIC was in charge of in the S3, in the IRIS preparatory phase. And finally, Silvia Vignetti from XIR, who is a consultant company, and they were hired by IRIS in order to perform the cost-benefit analysis and the impact assessment, which was, again, very important for me. Let's go to the finding. Episode 1, what I found after this, let's say, wide research, that the concept of cost book, despite everybody's asking for it, is very vague among the research infrastructure. So there is no one, let's say, checklist, model, or even idea of what the cost book is. So what you find is either an Excel file or extract from business plan or financial annex or financial plan. So there is no one single and agreed upon concept of what the cost book is. And that also founders, providers, and managers of research infrastructure have very different understanding and also expectations on what they can get from a cost book. So again, this is something to be taken into consideration when trying to build a model for it. And then that, as I said, the cost book is not a financial plan, not the business plan, and not the financial annex of the application. But most important for me is the last point. So what I understood is that the cost book should build, and for me this is the, let's say, the building block of the whole exercise, that the cost book should build on the scientific case. So first you have to have a clear projection and idea of what is the community, the size and the needs of the community, the scientific community you intend to serve, as this is the starting point of the whole exercise. And these are real figures coming from, as I said, the experience that has been gained, and the sound experience in the scientific community of IRIS is very well defined and very structured. As for the figures of the cost, as I said, these are empirical and these are not approved, so please disregard the exact figures on the cost, as this is part of the exercise but is not part of the approved findings. So we move now to the results part and the cost book itself. So as I said, to start this exercise, I started from scratch, so there was nothing around. And I started with a standardized item list per unit or per year in order to build on something that could be agreed and, let's say, adapted to the need of the negotiating entities. And these standardized item lists are divided in three main groups: the fixed costs, that are the one that must be incurred if you want, so to say, open the shop in the morning; the variable costs, that are the one that must be incurred if you want to give an added value to the business you're running; and finally, the access costs, that are the one that say more, that are characterizing the infrastructure. And I would like to underline that research infrastructure is not just an access
Monique?
provider. So, yes?
You have 2 more minutes.
Okay, so I'm running through it. I want to show the tool itself, which is not functioning. So just to show you the structure of the tool. So you have one part to assess the access cost, in this case by platform, by country, in order to have the figure of how much is the cost per user. There is the possibility to establish the country fee. There are two models proposed here, one fixed model and one model based
Unfortunately, we can't see anything.
You can see?
No.
Let me see.
I'm not sure at home they can see something, but
Now?
No, now the presentation.
Okay, sorry.
The link doesn't work, I think, or you need to share
I need to share
the
the
Excel
different.
as well.
Go ahead, Monique, please.
Yes, I'm going ahead, so it will be made available. But you can see the presentation, right?
Yes.
Okay. So just briefly, the tool is made of different parts, and it allows to calculate standardized item costs per unit and per year for the access by country and by platform. It allows to calculate the fee, and it allows to build the scenarios for the ramp up phase, so for the implementation phase and for the operational phase as well. And then once you have this, you can build all the scenarios that you want and all the graph and charts and aggregate costs as you like for the needs of the negotiating party. So for the cash contribution that is funding the fixed cost for IRIS, this is quite straightforward, and it was very easy because once you agreed on the formula, then you go ahead quite easily. For the in-kind contribution is a little bit more complex because you need to consider, as I said, the provision that has been agreed by the country, but on the basis of the need of the scientific community. So this is a little bit more complex as a calculation, but it's doable. So the finding, episode 2, is that the fixed cost and the variable cost are quite easy once you have the standardized costs and the different scenarios, while for the access cost, as I said, so this is part of the matrix that you couldn't see. It's a little bit complex, but this matrix, I think, it provides good info at provider level because you are able to establish average cost per user at country level because you can assess the in-kind contribution that is agreed upon for the contribution of the country and for the research infrastructure itself, because it allows to standardize the access costs within the infrastructure itself. So this is my last slide. The key learning. Indeed, I was able to calculate how much it costs. So the cost book of IRIS was delivered as a draft for the benefit of the Interim General Assembly. But as I said, this is just a draft. The figures are under discussion, and these are not approved by all. And the very last slide is a thought to Milan that has been so severely affected by the pandemic, as IRIS is dealing with heritage science. I'd like to remember some of the beauties that we had the opportunity to see in Milan, of course, the city itself, and the Quarto Stato, the Hangar Bicocca, and the Last Supper. And it was very fun to see them together with the participants to the course. And that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. Very interesting work. And now is open for discussion. Paola?
Yes, thank you. No, sorry. It is quite interesting, your project, and eager to read it. And my question is, as you said, that it is not part of a financial plan or a business plan, but do you think that this could be useful for the construction of the business plan and the financial plan for research infrastructure, sort of starting point to help figure out the figures that should be included in and how to use it?
Yes,
with the
thank you.
pros and cons.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So indeed, the cost book that I provided as a draft has been used. I mean, it should be used to extract some of the figures that will be eventually included in the financial annex for the step 1 application. So my answer to your question is yes. So this is a pro because it's a flexible tool. So it's very useful for during the negotiating because, as I said, you can build different scenarios based on this, on the size of the community, based on the country, and based also on the agreements and the negotiations that are taking place among the countries and the scientific constituency of the infrastructure. So I think it's a very useful in the preparatory phase and in the negotiation phase. Then maybe it can be also used after maybe 5 years, because usually the financial plan cover 5-year span, when you have to maybe recalculate or make a point on where the infrastructure is going in terms of management. So I think it's a useful tool in terms of preparing and planning. So maybe, I mean, at least I didn't think about it as a tool for, let's say, assessing ex post, but ex ante assessment. This is my idea, at least.
I have one question.
Marcus.
Yes, Marcus, and then Enrico.
Thank you, Monique. I think proper financial management indeed is highly underestimated in research infrastructures. And as you started saying, there is a huge diversity and no single definition of what a cost book is. I can see that as well as while evaluating a lot of research infrastructure applications for the S3 priority lists. The question I have is, because of this diversity, wouldn't that be a good argument to have something written, have something published, bringing together experts from finance, from business administration and research infrastructures, to come to a kind of a solution, to come to a proposal, to give some guidance what a cost book could be. And your case is a very interesting one. What do you think about that?
It would be great for me. The matrix that I built is, of course, now tailored on the IRIS with the specificities of IRIS. But I thought about a matrix that could be made available for any type of infrastructure, as I said, no matter what the source of financing is or what type of the structure it's distributed, if the services are provided for free or against payment, the complexity of the services themselves, the size of the country, or the number of the providers, the nodes, national nodes or not national nodes. So the tool itself, it's neutral in this sense. So, I mean, that was the idea, is how to build a cost book, the title of my field project, and then the IRIS case study.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. I want just to comment about your project. I think it's very interesting, moving from one of the key learnings that you have underlined. It is the cost book should be strongly linked with the scientific case. And I think you have done a very great job in modeling the operations of your infrastructure and translating it in with cost estimations. I think this is very important steps that should not be undermined. And I agree with Marcus, because when, especially for infrastructure in the new proposal application in S3, you have the S3 questionnaire, which has some questions related to the scientific case and some questions related to the implementations. And sometimes, since the cost book is an annex optional that you can add, it is important that you link the description and the answer to the questionnaire with the figures that you have in the cost book. And sometimes it's not should be done for granted, because when the review look at the cost book, should find again some of the futures of the operations, and so the scientific case that you have already developed in another part of the questionnaire. And as you know, currently there are two steps in evaluating this new proposal. The first one is a reviewer for the scientific case, which is separate from the reviewers of the implementation case. So if you are not able to link well the cost book with the scientific case, this would be a critical point in the assessment. So I think you have done a very good job in that, and I think this should be one of the first guidelines and key learnings coming out from your field project. And calling back what Marcus was suggested is important also as a use case for other RIs in the new development path. Thank you.
Thank you, Enrico. Indeed,
I'm not sure if you agree on that.
I know, thank you, and I agree. I mean, for me, as I said, the milestone and the building block of the whole exercise, and let's say the turning point was to understand that the whole exercise should build not on the financial planning, but on the scientific case. So it was really the turning point of the whole exercise.
And you remember how many questions I put you trying to understand the operations of RIs.
Yes, yes.
Because this is important in order to make a good assessment of cost estimation.
Yes.
Thank you, Monique.
Thank you all.
Are there any other questions? If not, I will invite Giuseppe Magnifico to present his work on the first proposal towards a new entity for a sustainable long-term transnational access to European research vessels. Please, Giuseppe.
Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Can you also see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. Let me start saying that it's for me a pleasure to present my field project to you all after the 2 years of master course and all the lessons learned, the work done, and let me also highlight the exchange of information that I had with my colleagues coming from different research infrastructures. As you will see in my presentation, I come from a community, the European Research Vessel Operators Communities, which is less developed if compared to other research infrastructure already with a legal status. So for me, it was really very useful for my work, also what I have learned during the course from my colleagues. So I would like to thank again them for that. Before starting, I would also like to thank the advisors, Paola Agnese Bongini and Monica Rossolini, for their kind contribution, the support, the availability they have given to me during the drafting phase of my field project. And I would like also to mention feedback that I've received from Carla Maria Gulotta and from Enrico. Okay. Starting from scope and objective of my field project, as I said, the European Research Vessel Operators Community is a community less well developed. If we compare it with other European marine science communities, they have already evolved in pan-European initiatives in order to coordinate the facilities, and I'm referring to ERICs such as EMSO, EPOS, EuroArgo, ICOS, LifeWatch, and BRC. I'm talking about the marine domain, or no-profit international association under the federal laws such as EUFAR, Eurogust, IAGOS, SeaDataNet, and EOS recently legally recognized. So the main aim of my field project was to provide a first proposal for a new entity, which I call Eurofleet SRI, able to ensure a long-term sustainable, advanced, user-oriented and coordinated pan-European transnational access to research vessels, and it will be unique so far in the European research infrastructure landscape. The objective of my field project, I've implemented them through two main steps. I started with the identification of the most suitable legal model for Eurofleet SRI, and then I worked a bit in order to identify the main components of a business model canvas of this nascent entity. Few words about the marine domain. So far, ocean science has become big science, which means also involving sophisticated, highly costly equipment, such as research vessels, but also fixed point platforms. EMSO is an example of it. Mobile units or remote sensing tools, such as satellites, land-based facilities, or infrastructures. And so far, research vessels are a key component in this landscape, and they play a key role offering access to the sea, to the ocean, to carry out marine science, ocean observation, to collect data, and then transform them in information. We can pass this information to policymakers in order to regulate with directive framework the way we use the sea and promoting a sustainable use of our oceans. If we look at the European vessel fleet, we are talking about 99 research vessels which operate for academic research, operated by 62 research vessel operators, private and public, in 23 countries, with an even distribution in terms of number of research vessels and capability, with countries from Northern Europe with high number of research vessels with more capability, with more global or ocean research vessels if we compare them to countries from Southern Europe. On top of this slide, this acronym stands for European Research Vessel Operators, which is the current existing network, is a pan-European network, long-lasting network of European research vessel operators. But this, which is a really useful platform where research vessel operators can meet, share activities or problems in order to find solutions. But it is an informal platform with no legal status, not human resources or funding to operate. Recently, in November 2019, the European Marine Position paper, the European Marine Board had published a new position paper, number 25, supported by the Eurogroup, which provides a current European research vessel fleet status and the capability, and also provides some recommendation way to which the European research vessel fleet should evolve to meet the next future science needs. In this report, it is stated that the current European research vessel fleet is highly capable to provide excellent support to the European marine science, but also to a wider scientific community. But there is a huge diversity across Europe. I will mention them later in terms of capability, management processes, and so it's not possible or even appropriate to highlight one correct approach in the way research vessels in Europe are operated. There are still options for improving efficiency and collaboration, pooling resources, equipment, training opportunity, or funding streams. The main weakness of the European research fleet is the age. If we think that a vessel has a life cycle of 30 to 35 years, if you have a major refitting after 15 years, the average age of the European research fleet is 24 years. So one of the recommendations from this paper is that this fleet should continue to be modernized and renewed. And there are investments currently in many European countries for new vessels, or replacement of new vessels, or old vessels, or modernizing of existing ones. Another important recommendation from this paper was that funding agencies should engage in discussion with our community in order to identify key funding needs. And last but not least, transnational access, it's considered an important mechanisms based on excellent science, and this should be developed in the future to enlarge also the community of the users, especially for particularly kind of science at sea. I'm referring to deep sea and polar research vessels in Europe. There's not a huge number of these vessels able to provide this kind of research. Over the last 20 years, the European Commission have strongly supported the opening up of the existing national research infrastructure at a European level. And referring to the research vessel, the European research vessel operators communities, 3 projects have been funded by the European Commission, having transnational access to research vessels as their core activities. The Eurofleets in 2009, the Eurofleets 2 in 2013, and the last one, the current one, the Eurofleets Plus. And as I said, transnational access is at the core of this, but we are talking about transnational access based on projects funded by the European Commission. So the research question of my project is how we can provide transnational access in a long-term, in a sustainable way, based on all the services developed through the 3 initiatives funded by the European Commission. In order to identify the best legal model for Eurofleets RI, I started with a desktop analysis of existing legal entities adopted by research infrastructures, European initiatives for the coordination of the facilities. And this is an overview of my desktop analysis, and there are both single or pan-distributed research infrastructure, and different legal models have been adopted by the existing ones, international or European, or even national ones in the first phase of setting up of the research infrastructures. Among those existing initiatives, I have highlighted those operating in the environmental domain, and in channel you see the pan-European distributed research infrastructure in the ENVI domain, in orange some strategic pan-EU fora. And as you can see, when it came to move towards a more legally recognized infrastructure, those communities, they have chose to be either an ERIC or an international association on the Belgian law. That's why in my field project, I have further investigated these 2 legal structures and the process and the reason behind the choice of this legal model by different research infrastructures. But it is also important to highlight the peculiarity of my community when I look at other marine research infrastructures and the way they move towards a legal entity. One of the first important peculiarity is how research vessels are managed in Europe. The management is usually not centralized per country, but rather by institution, university, or governmental body, and there is a weak operational coordination. There are some exception. For example, in France, there is IFREMER, which is in charge to run or coordinate the research oceanographic French fleet. Some initiatives in Spain, but generally speaking, there is a week of operational coordination. Funds to operate research vessels, they mainly come from national governments, but there is a difference between countries in the way the access to the vessel, the ship time, and also the science conducted on board is funded and covered. In some countries, this institution, they provide to the researcher all the money to cover the use of the vessel and the science conducted on board. In other countries, researchers, they have to partially cover these costs. And we are talking about high investment costs when we talk about a research vessel. Coastal research vessel, 15 meters length, as an investment cost of 15 million, but when we talk about polar vessel, we are talking about 150 million as an investment cost of 20 million per year as an annual cost. So this is to highlight that decision to invest in a research vessel requires a long-term financial commitments from the owners and should be based on a solid user need analysis and also on a sustainable scientific strategy. Ownership at international level is not a common management in Europe. It's difficult to find example of vessels funded by 2 or more countries. And last but not least, this is mainly linked to the notion of which flag a vessel sails under, which is important in the eyes of policymakers when they have to invest millions of euros in a new research vessel. So after collecting the information about different legal model, how similar research infrastructure, how they have chosen which model they have chosen, I am coming with this proposal for Eurofleet Sarai, and the best or the most suitable legal model in my field project seems to be an ASBL, an association under the Belgian law, instead of an ERIC, for a list of reasons. The primary objective of this future pan-European research infrastructure is to increase the coordination and the integration of European research vessel operators over distributed national fleets. And we are not talking about acquiring or owning or operating common assets, which I as I showed before, it's not a common approach in Europe. And an ASBL seems to be sufficient to bring together partners to create this legal entity. ASBLs provide simple governance structure, light administration, and international image, and also European characters. It is easier. Let me highlight also this, a significant challenge in setting up an ERIC is the high level of membership at national level required, while in ASBL the membership is required at institutional level. And I mentioned the ERVO group, the European Research Vessel Operators Group, and we met there a representative of our institution. So we are used to work in this way. ASBL seems to be easier and faster to establish than an ERIC, and even if the vision for a jointly operated shared fleet is shared by a large number of European ship operators, there are two main obstacles, as I've already highlighted, to go on an SQ path. The fleet management is often shared. There's not this operational coordination, and national flag makes research vessel high visible at national level, and they are considered properly national assets and used also to collect data which each European country have to provide to the European Commission in the framework of different regulation and directive. The objective of this new pan-European distributed research infrastructure is that all researchers, they can have access at equal terms to a large fleet vessels and equipment and skilled personnel. It's important the fact that this is regardless the affiliation, institutional affiliation. So the expected benefit is to develop transnational access to research vessels supporting researchers to have access to those facilities, which cannot be available in their home countries or are not supported financially by the institution. To promote also the use of research vessels, this is also important in the view to provide educational training courses or promotion of transfer of knowledge and experience, to strengthen the European culture of cooperation, and then this can reduce the redundancy, fill the gaps, and move to a more optimized use, cost-effective use of research vessels.
Giuseppe, you have 2 more minutes.
Oh my God. Okay, this is just a sketch of what I have in mind. So I'm talking about a model, an entity able to give access to research vessel, large and exchangeable instrument across Europe, but on the other hand, to strengthen also the sharing of information, collaboration, collaborative action, and so on. The second step of my project was to work on a business model canvas and identifying the main building blocks of this model. I have to highlight that this is an proposal based on the information so far available, and further work is needed, of course, to be to go to a complete business model and also related business plan. I have highlighted customer segments, scientific marine community, and industrial community, our value proposition, the way we want to interact with our customer and the channels. I have highlighted also the revenue streams. I'm thinking about the fact that the main source to cover TI funding can come from the European Commission or from through cash or in-kind contribution from individual European member institutions. And on the left side of the business model canvas, I have worked on the key partners, key activities, key resources, and also on the cost structures. I've also tried to provide a governance structures, and this is a first proposal with a general assembly, high decision-making body, the executive board responsible of the execution of the activities, an executive secretariat to support the work of the executive board, and two committee, one for overseeing the selection procedure to have access to the research vessel, and an innovation committee to have a strong link with the industry and a strong foster dialogue with them. I've also worked on the resource, which is important, mainly classifying in three categories: economic factors, strategic organizational factors, and technical technological factors. And this is the proposal in terms also of likelihood these risks have to happen, the severity, and some mitigation actions. Here I go through is the main value created by this a new pan-European. It needs a permanent secretary, a centralized governance structures, but can be a facilitator of formalization and institutionalization of dialogue with different stakeholders. Then, in conclusion, next steps, of course, shall be conducted. First, a feasibility assessment of this model, and then take into account relevant factors to evaluate the likelihood of working this option in practice. A business plan will be developed as a next step, encompassing all components that I have also learned during the master period: strategic analysis, strategy plan, market analysis, legal and governance model, management, organization, financial model, timeline, and so on. And of course, it's important to foster a dialogue with the suitable political European international agency to create interest in this new entity and capture commitment. I would like to thank you all for your questions, and let me mention finally the opportunity. One of the benefits of my attendance in this masters was also the possibility to establish a link between the Eurofis Plus project and the ENRI Master with this strategic leadership program for Eurofis Plus workshop held in Milan in January 2020. I would like to thank Elisabetta and Enrico for the help to organize this, and quoting them, they said, "We really believe that you are all moving in the same direction towards the new stage of Eurofis Plus life cycle." Thanks for your patience. Thanks.
Thanks, Giuseppe, for this very, very interesting work. Your project is open for discussion. I know that Oad would like to address you a question. Oad, the floor is yours.
Yes, can you hear me okay? Maybe you can also see me now. Hi, hello there. Hi. I very much enjoyed this presentation. Yes, hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Very good. I very much enjoyed this presentation. Thank you very much, Giuseppe. It's actually a topic which is very close to my heart in my capacity
I know.
As a lawyer ex officio, and I've been carrying out a number of studies for tailored-made studies for other research infrastructures at a similar stage for deciding on the most appropriate legal entities. And I'm just actually finalizing another study now for another research infrastructure on that. And obviously, the ISBL is always featuring in one of the options for the reasons that you've mentioned. I could only add, I think it looks as it seems as if you've done a quite you got a good understanding and analysis there. I could only add a couple of maybe minor points to your presentation, and I'm sure that the study is even more extensive than what you've managed to present in such a short time. But the first point I would say, I would ask is, or maybe I should just add that in most cases, research infrastructures, and I appreciate that Eurofleet is slightly different, is more similar to association than actually a research infrastructure. I'll come to that in a minute, but in most cases, the main obstacles that research infrastructures look at before they choose the legal entity, and there's a tendency today to look very seriously at ERIC because of the brand, because of the fact that it's in the center of attention in many cases, is one, the ability to secure government commitment and to become so the governments actually become members, and if there is no such commitment or buy-in by the ministries, then it would be very, very difficult to establish an ERIC, and then they look at the other options open to them, and then the ISBL is featuring quite highly. So it's actually the membership level, whether it's at organizational level, so institutional level, or government level. There are pros and cons for each of them, but in practice, there are situations when it's not possible to secure government level, so there's no ERIC is not an option. And then the ISBL is an option. The international organization is a very heavy organization, both from administration and from establishment process, and it's usually, I would say, broadly not recommended unless there's a very high capital investment in the project, such as building a new telescope, like you have at SKA, or you have CERN, ITER, on this very in the area of physics. So, but another legal entity which is sometimes is looked at as a substitute to an ERIC, and I know that exactly on these days is another research infrastructure which is seriously considering that, is called the EEIG, and I don't know if you have seen that or go through that. It's the European Economic Interest Grouping. And it has certain characteristics which are very, very similar to an ERIC. It has a European dimension as well. It's a European legal entity, and it does not require the participation of governments. So that would be my first point, whether we've considered that, and if you discounted it, I would be interested to know why. Then the second point that I have is more generally on the ISBL, and that links to indeed probably the characteristics of Eurofleet. I would say there are many aspects to the ISBL. It is, the fact, and you mentioned that the fact that the EOSC has chosen this legal entity now to establish itself as an association has probably contributed to the to the public relations of this legal entity of ISBL. So there's already, I think, more than 200 members of the different institutions. So it's now back in the center of the ISBL. But I would say that generally, and that's more of a comment, and but be happy to hear your views as well. The ISBL is more suitable if the organization has more similarities with, I would even call it, not necessarily that, but it's closer somehow in, let's say, a little bit tendency to lobbying type of arrangements. When you don't have, actually, you don't need to have a serious, let's say, to control an infrastructure, you don't have many assets actually in the organizations. When there are not many assets and not many employees, then the ISBL would seem, and given that the constraint of governments, governmental membership, the ISBL indeed looks more appropriate to these kind of organizations. The third comment I have is probably related to the nitty-gritty of things sometimes, and in these kind of things, when you go into the legal establishment, there's always, the devil is in the details, so to speak. And then you look at issues, okay, for example, the ISBL has language barriers. Of course, you can translate everything to English, but it will have to be the governing documents and some, such as the statutes and related documents, will have to be prepared in Dutch or French or in German if it is in the German-speaking territory of Belgium, and then translated to English. There's also issue of integration when it comes to research infrastructure, the level of integration between the national nodes and the headquarters in Belgium. But that's, again, I think, more relevant to traditional research infrastructures. So to summarize, I'd like to hear your views on the first 2 points. Actually, one on the EEIG, and secondly, what do you think about the general observation in relation to sort of lobbying?
Okay.
But thank you very much for a very interesting presentation.
Thanks. I also the chance to know you.
Thank you all for your comments and also suggestion. Sorry, you want to answer, Giuseppe, and then there is Monica Rossellini, who wants also to address a question.
So just briefly, I had the opportunity to know you, Fuad, when I worked at the EMSO and when we tried to work on SLA, the service level agreement. But apart from this, I really appreciate what you said about differences when you want to move to an international or ERIC or an SBL. And our community, we think a bit about the ERIC, and for us, the engagement commitment of government seems something that we will take too much time to overcome, and that's why we prefer to discuss about an SBL where the membership is of a distributional level. Of course, it's an international organization is completely out of our radar, and this is clear. In terms, when you ask about economic group, what I found is that one of the disadvantage that I read is that the members have unlimited joint liability towards third party for debt of the group, and this can make it possible for some states or organizations, especially for public bodies, to join in this. And so, if I look around me and I look at sisters research infrastructure, so brother, I see that the example, the legal entity they choose, they are America or an SBL. That's why I prefer to focus on that. And after highlighting also the peculiarity of my communities, we prefer at the moment move to an SBL. There are some obstacles. Not all the community is in favor of this. There are a third option we are discussing, which is in our community, which is a memorandum of agreement-based organization, but it could be considered a sort of pilot test before moving to a legal entity. I also heard that there are some change in some legal aspects. I'm not an aspect of legal aspects, but there are some change in the way ASBL now has to operate, some constraints. But in the landscape of the legal entity, if we want to choose one, we believe that SBL is the most suitable for us. There is an example of pan-distributed research infrastructure, an SBL, which is the EUFAC community, is a European highborn aircraft community, and because the main aim is to share access to research vessel or information, they have chosen as well an ASBL because it seems to be lighter in the way it operates and so on. I have replying in a way to your comments or remark.
Yes, no, very well. I think you've been looking at the issues, at the relevant issues, and it sounds all very promising. I'd be interested to read the result of your work in any case.
I'm interested to have maybe some link with you during this phase. I would like to consider to find a way to have also your support in this.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Giuseppe.
Thanks.
Thank you. Monica, if you want to address a question, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning, Giuseppe. I
Ciao,
have a
Monica.
short question. You presented very well the advantages for your entity of choosing as legal model an ASBL instead of an ERIC. My question is, do you think that this choice could affect in some ways the chance in the future to diversify your funding sources? So in other words, to be an ASBL instead of an ERIC could be a weakness, for example, if you ask for a bank loan, or could be an advantage. Just some link in this way?
This, of course, could be an obstacle, of course. But I would like to give you a simple example. I discussed with my community maybe in the future to develop a sort of common procurement or single entry procurement approach for different equipment that they need. And central organization can be beneficial for that. You can have a reduced costs. For example, if you want to buy a number of sensor of multi-beam or other equipment that can be used by different research vessels or different institutions that belong to this organization. But my community thinks that at the moment, the only objective that we need to reach is to continue in a long-term and sustainable way to give access to research vessels through this transnational access system. So we, as I said, we don't think to buy common goods or to develop a central procurement management procedure and even to ask for a loan because we don't want to build a common, to share the cost in building a common vessel. And there is just, if I can reply on live to my colleague Juan Novesha, he said, why restrict the activity of this legal entity model just to transnational access? Quanco, it's not my idea to reduce the transnational access, but in this field project, in the project I presented in this master, I prefer to work only as a service transnational access. What we are doing in the Eurofis Plus, of course, has a wider range of services that this future office can provide. But there's no chance to, for me, maybe in the future something will change, to go for asking for a loan to build something together. And so that's why some obstacle of an ASBL are not considered obstacle for our community. I hope to have replied.
Thank you, Giuseppe. Although the discussion is very alive and interesting, we now need to close the session and to have a short break of 10 minutes. We will reconvene at 10:45 sharp for the last session of the discussion of the final project by the candidates. Therefore, goodbye for the moment and see you again 10:45 sharp.
Giuseppe, just give a look also on the comments in the chat from Juanco. Thank you.
Sì, certo. Yes, of course.
Again, back. Let me see if Luca Brusati. Yes, Luca, are you there?
Yes.
Could you open your microphone? Okay, thank you. Welcome to this last presentation. We have two. Last one, Wolfgang Feke, Industry Involvement to Support Long-Term Sustainability of Research Infrastructure, and Ingrid Puyat, User Strategy of Jericho RAI, Balancing a Shared Vision and Regional Challenges. For both field projects, the advisor being my colleague Luca Brusati. I ask Wolfgang to share his presentation. Wolfgang, welcome.
Hello, so I hope you can see the slides.
Yes.
Yes, if you put presentation mode, it's better.
Yeah, I'll try. Okay. So thanks a lot. So topic is industry involvement in supporting sustainability of research infrastructures. And we heard also in some of the talks yesterday that this becomes increasingly important. For instance, Ludovic told us about the increasing role of industry in his infrastructure in Nissan. So here in this talk, I looked at that topic, and I also want to thank now already my advisor Luca Brusati, who helped me a lot in writing this up. So just briefly, I first want to give you a little overview about the open screen, where we are and what our aim is, and the status of the infrastructure now. Then would like to give you an idea about the ERIC framework on economic activities of ERICs, and also on the view of the European Commission and of ESFRI, which is the strategy board for ERICs. And then again, I want to show you what we are doing right now at the open screen to involve industry in our projects. The main part is really also to look at two other infrastructures which are related to open screen, which is EATRIS and BBMI. I looked at their models and tried to really learn from these, and that is also what I will then present at the end. So chemical biology, just as a quick introduction, is really the science of using small molecules, small chemicals to modulate the activity of large proteins in cells. And you do that simply to better understand the role of these proteins. So it's really important, especially for newly discovered enzymes, receptors, or signaling pathways in cells, to really understand what they are doing. Also, if you want to develop potential therapeutics, if they are involved in some disease. So, and we are trying to do this. And really the aim of the open screen is to develop chemical tool compounds. And so what you can see here on this slide is just one example of a very old tool compound. This is aspirin, here bound to its enzyme target, cyclooxygenase. In this case, that molecule is a very weak, very bad chemical tool, because it's not selective, it does other things, so you cannot really understand the mechanisms of cyclooxygenase when you just look at what this molecule would do to that enzyme or in a cellular background. So you try to improve on this, especially for new proteins, try to develop new chemical tool compounds. And the main way of really doing this is still to do a high throughput screening of a large compound library, just to find by serendipity some interesting molecules which you can then develop further into new chemical tools. So the open screen infrastructure was founded in 2018, It took nearly 10 years of preparation to come to the status where we are now. And the reason for that was really that to do really high throughput screening and identification of new tool compounds is a very expensive exercise. You need a lot of technology for that. You need large chemical libraries and also a lot of expertise, and many academic scientists, do not really have that expertise. So we set up our labs in Berlin with a large tube store here, which contains right now a bit more than 100,000 compounds. There is more capacity in there, and there's a lot of automation involved to send all these compounds also to our partner sites. Currently, we have 17 screening sites and 5 medicinal chemistry sites. So we are based in Berlin. We are currently supported by 8 countries. And our main mission is really the development of chemical tool compounds for basic research, first of all, but also applied research. So a lot of these compounds have the characteristics which are necessary to develop them further into new therapeutics, into new drugs. And we also have already projects in that respect. So mostly for therapeutics, but also important for agrosciences. In addition, I'll come to that also later, we work together with industry to develop novel technologies and novel reagents for screening and for life sciences. Our aim is to really establish also screening standards for this early research, early chemical biology, early drug discovery research. Yeah, stakeholder forum for development of chemical probes, but also offer training opportunities for scientists who want to learn more about how to do this. So our main customers are biologists, chemists, and data scientists. So biologists give us basically the new projects that come with us to us with their assays. We develop them further, put them onto automation platforms, and then screen our compound libraries. Chemists can give us compounds. They are incorporated into our collections, and then they are automatically notified if some of their compounds are providing interesting hits, and they can work together with the project team on the development of these compounds. And the data scientists then can really also use our open access database where all the information on our compounds is displayed. And we have agreements with our partner sites, and most of them are screening sites. Some of them do also some special services, which I not go into much today, and they're also chemistry sites. So just a few words about our governance model, which is probably quite similar to the one of other ERICs. So we have an assembly of members, and the member countries support us. And right now, about 85% of our yearly operational budget comes from member country contributions. But we try to get more and more independent from that, and that is really the main topic also of this field project, to see what we can do, also together with other, let's say, funding streams, and one which is also used by most ERICs is EU grants. Currently, we have about 15% of our budget coming from these grants. And we have a separate, really in our structure, a separate function to look at not only EU grants, also national grants from Germany, but also maybe other possibilities to collaborate, for instance, with disease foundations. So our scientific projects are all done at full cost. So the users need to come with their own money, with their own grants to support us. And they have then also agreements with 1 or 2 of the partner sites which do the actual work for them. And we have advisory boards, we have a scientific advisory board, and a partner site forum which gives us, of course, direction also in how we develop the infrastructure further. Yeah, so a big topic still is to ensure sustainability of the infrastructures. Again, we heard quite a lot about it, and also yesterday. And as life science infrastructures, we are not, of course, we're not alone. There are many others. And for this project, I selected two, which are related to us. We work together with these two others, also in European projects. The first one is pt.3, the other one is BBMRI. And the aim was really to see how they work with industry, what industry can do for them, and if we can learn anything there. So, yeah, to really understand what is possible, I think it's important to first look at the ERIC regulation to see what is allowed for ERICs to do. And then at the strategy of ESFRI, then really go into these two other infrastructures in a bit more details. I've done some interviews, and here and this place, I really want to thank Florence very much for giving me a lot of information on the pt.3 model. And I talked with Francesco Florindi from BBMI, and he also provided me with a lot of publications and information on how the operational model of BBMI changed over the years. So I looked at that, looked at annual reports, strategy papers, publications from these two infrastructures. So, okay, look at the first, the practical guidelines for ERICs. When it comes to economic activities, it's very clear that these kind of activities need to remain secondary, that they cannot become the main, let's say, funding for ERICs, the main goal for how they should work. It's still, of course, very important to provide the services to the academic community in Europe, but they are allowed very clearly. But if then an ERIC sees that these kind of activities become very successful, of course, they're also allowed to create a spin-off company then to make more use of that. Then the other important factor is really about the costs. What can an ERIC charge? And here, especially when working with commercial customers, they really must charge the full costs, what they have, plus a reasonable margin. So simply to make sure that they don't undercut prices on the market, for instance, for contract research organizations which would offer similar services. So the ESFRI, the Strategy Forum for Research Infrastructures, then has a very clear position on the involvement of industry in infrastructures. They really want research infrastructures to work together with them to create innovation that is very much really supported. They ask us to develop clear procedures and how to do that in the best possible way, and ideally also to establish dedicated industry liaison offices, which can then follow up in an efficient way with companies to develop new technologies, for instance. So in the open screen, we are involved in a big European project called DRIVE. And one of the work packages in that project really deals with the setup of that ILO to really make sure that we can generate innovation together with companies. So we have done that very recently. Of course, there were some delays due to COVID-19. Could not really meet in person, but we have done some virtual seminars with companies interested to work together with us. We've created an ILO and an industry advisory group, And these two bodies then define the rules of access for companies to really work with our partners and to make sure that it's really clear who owns the results, what do we get out of it. And in that model, the different projects are then governed by the ILO, and there is a constant feedback, and the ILO will also look for further opportunities for us to increase these activities. So customers can be pharma companies, can be small, medium enterprises, for instance. And it is open. It's not just based on the activities in this European project, but we really hope to use that and to learn from that also for everything what comes after. So, yeah, be a bit faster now. So for EATRIS and BBMI, just to have a brief introduction here, what they're doing, they are all the same as EU OpenScreen, distributed research infrastructures. They are bigger, they have a bigger operational budget, they have more countries which support them. Their assets are mainly databases of academic institutes or national biobanks. And I didn't get much information from BBMI on how many projects are done with industry and what's the income there. But I'll come in a bit more detail on what I learned from EATRIS. So here for EATRIS, as Florence also said yesterday, it's a quite established infrastructure, was founded in 2013. And they have quite a few requests per year, about 10 to 30, with a success rate of up to 10%. They take fees from these projects depending on the overall project value. And overall, about 10% of these activities support the operational budget of EATRIS. In addition, they're also involved in European grants. What is very important here is a collaboration with a big pharma, GSK, in the pre-competitive space to generate new tools for drug development. So what I learned here from EATRIS is, first of all, that really industry is the key user, which is quite unique, I think, for research infrastructures, but probably understandable because the development is quite cost intensive. But because there are many projects, often with smaller companies, this is not really a sustainable source. It's also quite variable. Nevertheless, they really attempt to increase these activities with dedicated workshops, public-private partnerships, and so on. And that is certainly a model which we would also like to follow. So for BBMI, it's quite an interesting case. First, they had or they understood themselves as a kind of intermediate role between the national banks and, let's say, companies who wanted to have access to samples. But that didn't work very well, so that was then changed. I'll come to that later. So they don't take any fees for the matchmaking activities, but the national biobanks take these fees. And something which was also very clear here, I think last year they lost one big country as a contributing member state, and for that really had to cut some costs here. I think that also indicates that it's quite beneficial to find additional really income streams for research infrastructures, just to have, let's say, a lesser importance of these kind of income. So, yes, BBMI has really changed its strategy towards industry. They are now have abandoned the original model. They are not playing the middleman anymore, but they put much more emphasis on business development. And what I really liked was also the concept that they work very closely together with two other biomedical infrastructures, EATRIS and ECRAN, which allows them to share resources. and that could be clearly also a model for other research infrastructures. And they have dedicated industry pillars to increase the involvement of industry to their services. So this is basically the last slide. So S3 recommended to us, of course, to increase our sustainability, to extend the number of member countries, which is not surprising, but then also to use some of the money we'll get from the countries to really cover the access fee for our projects, because our projects are quite expensive and take a long time, often several months, sometimes even 1 or 2 years, and to establish long-term industry collaborations. So, and that is something we would like to do. Of course, we want to keep our grant income on a similar level to also what it is right now, and what also Atos and BBMI gain. And what really our focus now for the future is to establish long-term collaborations with pharma and other disease foundations. And there might be some other models which we can think of. There's nothing decided here, but we might want to make our access more attractive to industry. For instance, that one possibility is to abandon the open access, at least to some data, maybe to have a dedicated compound collection with structures which are not open to the public, and which would make companies, would make it much more, let's say, interesting for them to work with us, so that they can easier obtain proprietary IP rights. Okay, I would like to stop here and thank the whole EMRI team for all their support. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Wolfgang. The open discussion starts now. Any questions, comments from the colleagues? Professor?
Am I expected to ask a question?
Please, Luca.
Okay. Wolfgang, my question to you is the following. The results of your research, I'm pretty sure, are very interesting for your colleagues in other research infrastructures. Also, taking into account your responsibilities, my question is not so much about your research, which was very clear. I mean, both the analysis and the findings. My question is in terms of the organizational implications, because your findings with specific reference to your organization pointed the way forward in terms of what should be done. It's in terms of, it's not based on, the question is not based on your research, but the question is, okay, how do we get there? Not specifically with your organization. So the question is, to the benefit of all those who are currently listening to you in other ERICs that might be considering the same opportunities, because clearly a differentiated revenue sources are very important for the long-term viability of any organization. Otherwise, you are hostage either to the member states or the European Commission. Having differentiated sources of revenues is important. Clearly, this adds to the complexity. It requires new strategic, different, more complex strategic orientations, different skills, etc., etc. So my question to you, and I don't expect, a very systematic answer, but it's, it's a conversation, sharing your thoughts with your colleagues. How do we get there? I mean, we understand the way forward, and I believe this is important for everybody. How do we cope with the extra complexity that this creates within the organization? What are the organizational implications or the organizational underpinnings to get there?
Yes, so it's really not easy. So when I started at Open Screen, it was really driven by, let's say, basic science. So really fundamental basic science. A lot of people didn't want to work at all together with industry. they wanted to serve the academic community, and maybe also understandable, but I mean, time moves on, and we have to see how we can get the money in to really support our work. And as you said, the dependence on membership contributions is a tricky one. At the beginning, when the country signs up for an ERIC, to be a member of an ERIC, they commit for 5 years, at least in our case, which seems to be a long time, but it's not so long. And after that, they can leave at any year. And especially for an infrastructure which only has a few countries, and right now we have only 8, it makes a difference if one of these countries decided to step out. So here, I think it's very important to open the minds also for the people who originally supported the infrastructure, to see that it is necessary to have other incomes and to really work with other stakeholders than maybe initially thought about. Yeah, so it's a difficult task. There's no clear answer, and depending on the infrastructure, I think each one needs their own strategy. But for us, industry is very important. It's the results we create can be almost immediately used, at least some of them, for commercial purposes, which is attractive to make a sense out of it and to use it. But yeah, there is a constant battle here between fundamentalists and I would call them realists. Yeah, and it's finding a compromise to make everybody happy is not always possible.
Okay. Personally, obviously organizational arrangements might be important in this respect, but they are complicated exactly because of the conflict between the realists and the fundamentalists. I believe one of the important, personally, it's my Weltanschauung here that speaks, but exposure to market needs might be relevant also might be important also in order to make the work of the fundamentalists more relevant for the real world. Clearly, a number of caveats should be incorporated, but I think that the added value of this presence on where demand is might be relevant in order to drive the focus. Obviously, there's a debate, short-term, long-term, etc., etc. So it's definitely going to be a source of conflict, but I believe it might improve even we call about the public value. Okay, with all the necessary caveats. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
I'm not sure, Massimiliano, I see a raised hand if you have a very short question.
Just a comment, Wolfgang. Hi, Wolfgang. I would like just to underline again that I would check also for IPISBA. Also, if IPISBA is a project, it's not a landmark, but they are focused on working with industry. They also involve the stakeholders, the regional accelerator, the regional incubator. So the SMEs are really the core of their actions. So I will also suggest you to check there. And they're also quite interested in sharing information.
Okay, thanks. I will do that, certainly.
Bye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Wolfgang. Now it's time to move to the next presentation. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Wolfgang, for this very interesting project. Ingrid Puya is the last one. Presentation, user strategy of Jericho RI, balancing a shared vision, regional challenges. Please, Ingrid, you can we are seeing your presentation. Okay, put it in the, not in the presenter mode, because we see now the next slide. Ingrid?
Full screen.
Full screen? Just make...
Yes, I'm trying to check where I have to modify this, because actually I did not make it. Diaporama. Okay, will.
In PowerPoint, make.
Yeah. Sharing.
Click on the.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Put full screen.
Yeah. But when I make it, it necessarily share the presentation mode like that. And I don't know how to deactivate this. Shall we let it like that?
We see it.
Or if you want, I can share it differently in Google Slide instead, because there is not a show of the. I stop the sharing and I share something else. It will be easier. Okay.
Go ahead, please. Now we have lost again your presentation.
Yeah, I'm using another source. In that way, it's easier. C'est pas possible.
Put it in presentation mode. No.
I know. Now, does it work for you?
Okay, go ahead. Thank you. Very good.
Okay, very sorry for that. I'll try another source. Today I will present a work which is a collaborative work, a real collaborative work. It involves many persons of the consortium and also in the coordination team. So I need to set up a specific approach. What is the purpose of Jericho RI? Jericho RI is a research infrastructure dedicated to the observation of the coastal domain. And it is different from the offshore observation. There are some specificities due to the pollution, the impact of human, and also because the open ocean is also at the frontier and is inducing specific impact, and there are some specific drivers. So the coastal area is in between the land and the offshore area, and as such, it has a lot of impact, and it's difficult to observe. We have a lot of scales of variability. Also, one of the specificity is standing in the economic impact, due to the fact that a great part of the population, 1/3 of the EU population, is living in the 50 kilometers of the coastline. And if you even focus on the 500 meters, we can say that the value of the economic asset is about 501,000 billions of euros, which is quite a lot. So the societal and economical impact are so huge that there are dedicated actions that are named the blue economy, which are really important for the coastal part. Because of this, there is a strong consortium and a strong legacy of this consortium, because we started to work together in 2011 with the first project, and today, as you can see my surfer on the screen, we are at the third project. It is Jericho S3. And it's not only one project. Actually, we are running after 3 rabbits at the same time, or we can say that we are doing a triathlon, because we are running Jericho S3 and Jericho DS, which have different purposes. One is institute-driven, whereas the second one, Jericho DS, is nation-driven in a way to progress to the S3 on the S3 roadmap and to become a research infrastructure with a legal entity. So here is where we are, and our objective, of course, is to become a legal entity and possibly an ERIC. We get more than 30 millions of euros of funding with this 3 projects by the time, since 2010. In terms of background, I would like also to focus a little on the legacy of the consortium. We have it is also a legacy because our nations have national research infrastructure. We have 40 partners, so it is an asset. But at the same time, when you are dealing with 19 nations and 40 partners, it is a challenge because each of them has their own agenda. So we have to move from a sum of national roadmap and interest and priority to an integration of all this for an EU strategy. In terms of challenges, and we have one challenge also stands in the diversity of our observation system. Here you can see the mapping that has been led inside the Jericho S3 project. You've got 500 platforms that are listed, that are distributed over 13 European regions and in 19 countries. So the diversity there is also important. We have diversity in the observation systems, in the scientific priority at national level, but also at regional level, because the environmental questions are various from one region to another. Typically, if you go to the Norwegian Sea, it would be different compared to the Mediterranean Sea, because environmental impact and problems are really different. So we have also various users, because it's related to the coastal part, so it's related to the national users, to the regional users, and to the industry, to the usage that are really local. But we want to go to something which is common at European scale. So we have to share a common vision and a common strategy. And this is the main challenge. So to summarize, I would say that we have this little figure that have to turn around in a way that we can go all together. And another challenge that not a lot of us mention is about the ego of the people we are involving, because everybody wants to be boss of something and make his voice heard and listened. So from the diversity of priority, usage, need, and we have to balance with the need to reach commonalities. How did we make that? Well, we could first consider that it was important to reach this common vision and common strategy to start with user landscape analysis as a basic stuff, as a first brick in the wall, if I can say. With a particularity that we have to have a user strategy which is common at EU level, but we cannot deny the need to take in account the user strategy of each region and the needs of the nations. And even sometimes nations contributing to one oceanic region can have various interests. So how do we make that? First, we started by making a classification of the users and the stakeholder. We wanted to list them and classify them in categories and sectors. We wanted also to assess their resources. Are they part of the consortium? Will they put money in the consortium or in the RI because they have direct interest? Are they just funders? Because we can have funders, and even the interests can be very, very diverse, for just getting information or really co-construct the RI with us. So we have to balance all this variety or these various interests. And this first stage, the classification and understanding who our users, is a preliminary step in order to understand what is the level of involvement of the stakeholders and users in Jericho AI. We consider also their needs and expectations. Some of them may prefer access to the infrastructure on the physical part to make measurement at sea, but some of them may need specific access to the virtual part, to some facilities or computing systems or information and data. And also, we want to design our research infrastructure in a way that it is fit for purpose and fitting the expectation of the user. If we don't do that, we are dead. And of course, we need also to anticipate the future if we want to have a sustainable research infrastructure. So these two steps are preliminary to set up an engagement strategy. And I will come back to that later, but we have already sensed two possibilities. Have these users involved in the Jericho user committee or in a user forum, which have different level of power, if I can say. So how did we make that? Well, the training of Emery was really at the right time, at the right place for me, and I will never express my acknowledgement enough for that. At the beginning with the module 1, M1, M2, and even after with the module M7, I could deeply go into the topic and set up the stages that were needed. And I led some action. I didn't mean that I made everything by myself. It is important, but I led the actions. And so the first stage we have to reach was to reach agreement on high-level guidelines, like the mission and vision, but also on how to manage this analysis, what is the methodology, and how we will use the information at the end. So, and why we have to go back to the mission and vision, because I try to put something easy at the beginning, but I face the diversity of understanding what is a mission and what is a vision. And also I understood that people were not having the same vision of what would be the research infrastructure in the future. So we have to lead this exercise. Then we have to agree on the methodology to set up this user and landscape analysis, and it was not an easy task as well. We have to, I envisioned a working group and delegating things. We agreed on common vocabulary, I will explain later. And then with this, we could be able to elaborate a tool that we could share and commonly use, which I named the Jericho user table. And then we could analyze the results. So how we did that? Well, I use, of course, the material from the Emery training and the bibliography. And so I was the first stage. I explained to the coordination team what we have to do. And then we started to express the need to the nation committee, where all people representing the nation are involved, and we shared this with the assembly, the 39 institutions. We organized a workshop, and we shared this during a workshop. Well, I can say that it was an error. I faced my first failure, and I learned a lot. We understand that we did not understand each other, that we did not share the same vision, and in terms of leadership, I was wrong. So finally, the first stage was to find this common vocabulary and to elaborate, to delegate all the action to a core group, and that was the stage 1. After that, there was 2 stages, as I expressed before, which I want to detail a little bit more. I can say that I share the bibliographic review and the understanding I get from the bibliographic review. I use input from other initiatives, research initiative of the marine domain, and I share the result with them, and we discuss. And we commonly agree during the workshop that was considered like a failure, but actually it's not so much a failure. I will come back later. It was the first step to conclude that we have to agree on commonalities, common vocabularies, and co-construct a tool. So this is the left-hand part of my slide, and even the central one. I envision a user group. With them, we agree on the common definition of categories and sectors of users. We also prepared this tool, which is a big Excel table, to collect together the information and also we discuss about the meaning of this information to be analyzed after. The idea was to speak in one voice to the consortium after, because in that way we are stronger. So I would like to show you this tool. I hope you can see my screen still. Do you see this tool? The Excel sheet?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So to make it easy and fast, you can see that we make a first part of the tab, which is dedicated to the user identification with the geographical location. We wanted to have the name of the contact reference person, because it was not allowed to get the contact reference of the users, of course, to know if these users are local, national, European, and so on. What kind of relations, what is binding the users to the RI nodes? Are there agreement, no agreement? What kind of agreement? This is important to evaluate the power and the interest. And then we classify these users in categories and sector. I will explain the result about this later. And then we wanted to assess what are the expected products and services. So we ask about calibration, facilities, fixed platforms, things like that. So it's not always filled out everywhere, because some have only one type of expectation. We ask them if they want to access knowledge and things like that. What is the purpose of the access? How many times they need? What do they have other expectation? We wanted to know about their communication and dissemination activity related to the research infrastructure, because it's a way to know how frequently they are interacting with the nodes of the RI. Is it yearly? Is it monthly? Is it weekly? It is also giving an information about the interest. We wanted also to know about the accuracy of the answer, because it is very subjective. Then we have another part which is dedicated to assess the interest and the power. So for that we ask various information, and we rank this answer from 0 to 5 in order to elaborate some indicator, and then prepare matrix power versus interest. So for the power, typically we ask about the relations, if they are relations because they are in the project or with other projects, are they financial contributor, are they providing in-kind contribution, and so on. This is for this part. What I can say is that how did we fill out this table? Well, we ask PIs of each region, so this is the right part of my slide. We ask PI of regions to express what they know, to express their knowledge about the user. This is meaning that here we have a gap. This is a knowledge gap, because it's expressing the point of view of the PI who are knowing more or less who are our user. So here we have a problem. I'm coming back. I should click again on share my screen. Okay. So
go ahead with the results and key learning points. 2 minutes more.
How long do I have? About the result, I can say that we agree on the vision statement and on the mission statement. And I won't read it, but I can say that it was a cornerstone to finally agree on the content of the MOU for the S3 application. So it was a six-step process. It's not that easy. It took a long time. As a result, for the stage 2, we could elaborate the categories, the definition of the categories, and also of the sector in order to make our analysis. So there are about 11 or 12 sectors. I don't read them now, it's not that important, but what is important to say is that we have 450 entries, and we could, as a first result, say that most of our users are in the academia and in the public category. And in terms of sector, we are dealing with the coastal protection and management and the fundamental and applied research. It's more than half of our user. We have a little bit more with weather and service and ocean forecast, weather service and ocean forecasting. With regard to the specificity in regions, you can see here, if you compare the Northeast Mediterranean Sea, that it is very different to the Irish Coastal Sea. Academia for one and fundamental and applied research are dominant in the two regions respectively. This is dealing with the category. If we take the sectors, we will have the same diversity. It even sometimes worse. Look, okay. So, well, it's something that we have to take in account in our strategy. If I look at the preferred access mode, we understood that 41.9% of the users prefer the virtual access. This is meaning that we have to put a strong emphasis on the elaboration and on the design of the virtual access. I can also show that there is a diversity according to the sectors in the interest of virtual access. Some of them are reaching 20%, some of them are reaching 60%. So it's according to the sector, it may vary a lot. Well, here I can say also that in terms of sector, the general public is more interested in virtual access compared to the military one. And then I can also compare the expected access in terms of virtual access versus the physical access. I can also say that about 30% of the users have an agreement, which is a significant number. Okay, about our interest versus power, in order to assess to establish a user engagement strategy, we could elaborate the Jericho user committee, at least because we can identify who are the users that are the most important, those to keep satisfied and those to manage closely with higher power. Those to manage closely have also higher interest. So these ones are to be considered as a core part of the Jericho user committee. Nevertheless, we have to consider also the distribution of the power versus interest according to the sectors. So we can see that most of them are represented by the fundamental applied research and the coastal protection. But if we look at the others, we can also consider some marginal sectors. It's important. So as a conclusion, I can say that we need to elaborate a common research infrastructure business plan, but we have really to consider the regional specific one. That our main users are identified, according to what I said previously, that the virtual access are the most important to deal with to design our research infrastructure. And this has a great importance in the governance structure because the Jericho user committee is to be considered as part of the steering committee, at least for the execution level. And the core part of the Jericho user committee now is under elaboration. We have some limitation because, as I mentioned, there is a knowledge gap, but we have also a limitation because of the choice of the methodology we use to elaborate the indicators to assess the interest versus the power, and we need to carry on our action. Now, I would like to insist on the added value for the consortium. It showed like that. It can be seen as something light, but actually, thanks to this field project and to the training I get, I could reach the critical mass in the consortium to share a common vision, a common understanding of what we have to do, and then we can speed up our progress and toward the design and the preparatory phase. It is really important, even in short words. Sorry. All of them understood the importance of the user analysis and the need to place the users in the governance at the right place. And now, well, I would like to take additional minutes. I can say that I have almost finished my presentation, but I have specific acknowledgement for the Emory team about the key learnings. It's going really beyond the field project. Because if you look at the Emory timeline, which is in violet, And if you look at the Jericho timeline, the EMRI timeline is a kind of decathlon because there were 11 modules plus the field project. And if you look at the Jericho activity, it was a kind of triathlon because at the same time, in parallel, I was learning with this EMRI training. I was co-coordinating the proposal for the Jericho S3. The deadlines are in red and are in common with some modules. So it was really a challenge to be doing M3 and at the same time submitting Jericho S3 proposal. And the same for Jericho DS with this one. But what I want to say, if you look at the color, what is in violet here, it's what directly feed the Jericho S3 proposal. So M1 and M2 was directly feeding the Jericho S3 proposal in terms of strategy and governance. Whereas if you take the Jericho DS, it was the leadership, the green has disappeared, and also some stuff about the service. And then all the modules were used for the S3 proposal. These are the violet things. Even the field work, I completely use it for the S3 application. So all what you gave, all what you touched to me was transferred for the S3 application and to the consortium. So it's difficult for me because I'm emotional and I have some emotion to tell me that in 2 years I learned almost more than in 10 years and the benefit is really, really important. So I have deep thanks for all the team and for all the training, even if it was really a challenge, but challenge where they don't kill you, they make you getting stronger. So many thanks to you. And I have also many thanks to the consortium because involving residence PIs, the core groups, it's a lot of persons. And I have special thanks for Bastien, who did his internship with me under my supervision at full time. And we hired him now. And he worked a lot for the analysis and the preparation of the tool for the user analysis. So that's it. I'm sorry to be a little bit late, but I really wanted to make the point on the usefulness of the work. Thank you.
Thank you for your warm words, Ingrid. Nice presentation. The floor is now open for questions and comments.
If we have time, I will ask a quick question. First of all, Ingrid, we recorded your statements and with your authorization, we are going to use it to promote the program. But my question is, how embedded is this new vision into your organization? Because clearly this, going in parallel through the decathlon and the triathlon gave you a new view on the functioning of your organization. As usual, there is a risk with any change management exercise that it is contingent on the person pushing it. Okay, so my question to you, which is not, it's about the consequences of your analysis, is how to make it, or to what extent this is changing the view of the organization or the way in which the organization works? Is it somehow embedded into new routines? Is it changing the way in which the organization works? Because I think it's fantastic also in terms of our social value as the trainers of this program, that we are supporting the improvements in the functioning of your organizations. And I think we are very proud of this. The concern is this linked to your role within the organization? Because if you get promoted to a much bigger role in your own ministry or whatever other responsibilities, there is always a risk that the change pioneers are celebrated but forgotten. So to what extent is this trickling down into your organization?
Okay, I'm not sure I fully understand, but I think I had.
It's your view, or is it becoming a better focused view by your organization as a whole?
By organization, do you mean the Jericho RI consortium, or do you mean my institution, my employer, Ifremer?
No, Jericho.
Okay, I wanted to be sure. First, the luck that we have is that as we are not yet an ERIC or a full legal entity, all people are sharing the same target, which is becoming a legal entity and be on the S3 roadmap to get additional funding for the preparatory phase and so on. So first, there is this money motivation. But when, as a coordinator, I speak in the name of Ifremer because I'm not alone. There is also Laurent Delaunay who is connected. The luck that we have is that, as I told, all the training, all the things that I understood are in one way or another the foundation of the application that we made. So we have work packages that are dealing with the design. There are some specific tasks with the user strategy. There is one task with legal structure and governance. One task is dedicated to the virtual access, considering moreover, we put big links between work packages in order to consider, for instance, the user analysis that would feed the design of the virtual access and the virtual services. So for us, the easy point is that all this is signed with a grant agreement because I use and apply this to structure the Jericho DS proposal as I am coordinator of this Jericho DS proposal. So people sign and they agree, and they agree even more because we get a very, very good ranking. It was something like 14 out of 15 or 14.5, I don't remember, but it's good ranking. So people are acknowledging the work, the coordination role, and the way we coordinated that. Then the fact is that the consortium also is not so much aware about management of a RI business. They are scientists. So finally, they are quite open to learn about these things. And when I made the Jericho DS proposal, I made a meeting in order to envision them with that. And I use the module 7, the leadership module, in a way that step by step in one day, they reach the same vision and they could speak in one voice to their ministry. So it's a question of leadership and of envisioning people that are key people, this core group, and then it's a network activity. You envision people who are envisioning others, and when you win, they acknowledge this and they think it is a process that works. And that's the same to communicate with the ministry representative. So I don't know if it is answering to your question.
Okay, thank you very much. We can sell the program to other people, so that's also.
Of course, and I can be your promotion. I can make your promotion.
That's exactly the plan. Thank you very much.
I'm doing it.
Comments? Other comments, questions?
I see one question about the long-term contribution to European marine policy.
Yes.
That's from Luca in the chat. The marine policy, like the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, was the basement of our strategy when we prepared the previous project, Jericho Next. We took the descriptor of the Marine Strategic Framework Directive, as it is as a directive, it has to be followed by nations, and there are also regional commissions, marine commissions that are helping, supporting the answer to the application of the marine policy. And so we designed the proposal with scientific topics that are in line with the descriptors of the Marine Strategy Framework Directive. And the descriptors or these topics can be found in other types of directives. So in one way or another, we are like a cat, a cat always falling down on our feet with that.
Okay, I think time is over. Congratulations, Ingrid, very great job. I remember one of the module face-to-face, Ingrid came out, we were around here with a big smile entering the Sigroni room and say, what happened? I asked, oh, I'm very powerful, very happy. For why? I've applied what I've learned in previous module in Jericho, and I've used these tools, and it worked. And she was very, very happy with a big smile. So thank you very much for your warm words and commitment in this program. Okay, now time is over. We need some time to prepare for the graduation. Now it will start 15 minutes after 12 with the opening welcome from our Vice Rector for Education, and then the guest speech from Pascal Goy, Head of Learning and Development at CERN, and then we will have the graduation following. Okay, see you at 15 minutes after 12.
Please let me say also that we don't want to give up the formal aspect of the graduation. Therefore, this afternoon, of course, will be the formal graduation, but we also, as soon as possible and as soon as the condition will allow it, we want to organize the award ceremony, and we will give each of you in your hands the diploma. So we will organize another, ceremony in presence here in Bicocca. So, but let's meet again at 12:15 sharp for
also because we missed the yesterday dinner.
Yes.
With the class, the
Yes.
big dinner.
Yes, yes, yes. There will be a big celebration after that. So see you in less than 30 minutes, sharp at 12:15.
Giuseppe? Scusa, dovresti farti un preset in primo piano con i diplomi. Adesso la professoressa lo mostra. Vai su a vedere come l'inquadratura così.
Vicino per forza, mica. Non c'ho l'estensore. Si vedono anche il diploma su, no? Vedono anche...
Sì, no, noi lo mandiamo in videoconferenza. Sì. Ah, ok, va bene. Hai sentito, Giuseppe? Ah, però noi lo faremo in PIP, in videoconferenza, perché noi vedremo il suo file e di fianco lei col... No, ma non cambia la situazione. No.
Frank Deman, are you online? Frank?
Yes, good morning.
Hello, Frank.
How are you?
Hello. Good.
It's a pleasure to see you here again online.
Would you like to address a few words during the graduation ceremony to our candidates?
Yeah, well, I haven't seen much of it. So, what would you like me
If you want, we will be
to?
happy to give you the floor for 2 minutes. Just, you know, few words if you want.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So this will be around 12:30. So after the guest speech by Pascal Goy, there will be Georges Daguerre, Oad Graber, Saudry, yourself, and then Marcus Pasterk. Okay, so you after Oad, but I will call you.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Hi, Pascal.
Hello, Enrico. So you hear me? Good.
Yes, I don't see you at the moment.
Here, can you
open
see
the
me now?
webcam. Okay, you should put, I see you on the half face, so you should move
I need to
in
look.
front of the webcam.
Okay.
Or just position.
It is to position my video, I guess. That's it. I don't see myself. That's why.
Yes,
It's
again,
better?
farther.
Like this?
Yeah, left. Great.
Better?
Down, a little bit down. Okay, great. I think it's good.
Because I don't see myself.
And now let me share you the. Okay. I think it's better to wait for sharing the screen.
Yeah, sure.
If you want.
Non è arrivato ancora.
Casiraga. Aggiungi. So just a few minutes, we're waiting for the vice rector. Francesco, close your microphone.
Buongiorno carissimi.
Morning, Laura. No. Morning, Laura. Welcome.
Morning, good morning. Thank you.
Morning, Laura. Welcome, our module leader, Raising Awareness. We have also Francesco Paoletti, Leadership Module connected.
Oh, today I'm not with the faculty, but I'm still attending your graduation.
Okay.
Questo è importante, si vede forse.
Welcome also to Benedetta Trivellato, Module Leader of Service Provision. Welcome, Benedetta.
Thank you, Enrico. I'm very happy to be here, though from a distance.
Also, Laura Mariani will join. Yes, I've already welcomed Laura Bovinelli, and Laura Mariani, the co-leader of service provision, will join, I assume. Welcome. Thank you for sharing this important moment with us. Although not in presence, but it's the same.
We are waiting for the Vice Rector to join us, and then we will immediately start with the officially with the ceremony. Noi abbiamo fatto la processione, ricordate?
In the meanwhile, I want to give you some tips and suggestions for the graduation. All should keep the microphone closed, apart when there will be the diploma presentation one by one, and we will name you, and then you will ask it to each of you to open the microphone and say something. Just hi, thank you. It's enough. It's because the system will show your video and your face in front of the screen. So this will facilitate the recording and also the opportunity to have this important moment for each of you recorded and save it. Ask you to, we're still waiting for the Vice Rector, just keep patient. Thank you for your understanding. So in the meanwhile, I want to recap a little bit the program. We have now the opening welcome from our Vice Rector, Professor Maurizio Casiraghi, and this will be followed by a guest speech from Pascal Goy, Head of Learning and Development CERN, and then the graduation will start. After Pascal Goy, we will have some few words from few guest speeches also from the faculty, visiting faculty, and then we have the award certificate of excellence for those of you who have attended the master as a team, and we have connected, I see a lot of team members and employer representative of RISE. Thank you for coming here. And then this will be followed by the class farewell speech by one of you. And then the last part will be the diploma presentation. And we hope to be able to do an online class photo at the end. Let's see. Okay, ready to start. We are on time, a little bit late, but we have now almost ready our Vice Rector will join us.
Possiamo togliere la maschera. Bene, aspetta. Faccio io adesso. Ciao. Vieni qua. Ce l'ho fatta. Okay. Aspetta che ti distrai. Ci siete? Forse se vi mettete più a cerchio, andiamo tutti nella... Sì, scusa. Lo dico, ci siamo. Siamo vicini, ci riesce a prendere tutti? Ci riuscite a prendere tutti? No. Ok, possiamo andare. Ce l'hai la diapositiva della serie?
No, infatti lo sto togliendo.
Pronti? Enrico. No, Enrico, mettiti a posto. Su. Welcome to the graduation ceremony of the Emory class of 2018-2020 at the University of Milano Bicocca. It's my honor and my pleasure to act as a master of ceremonies of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, academics connected remotely, please join me and the faculty here present in welcoming the candidates. The program has several components. After the welcome from the Vice Rector, Professor Kaziragi, we will have the guest speeches followed by the awarding of degrees and then a class farewell by the students themselves. So now, without any further delay, let's begin our program. But before that, I want to address a few words. We developed Emory as a dedicated master's program tailored to the specific needs of research infrastructure. Its implementation is actually recognized as an important milestone towards establishing a formal career path in research infrastructure management and fostering the general attractiveness of careers in the research infrastructure domain. Today, we acknowledge and celebrate the several hours of hard work, dedication, sacrifice, and determination by the candidates. I also would like to take the moment to thank the UNIMIB faculty members, the VCT faculty, the university staff members involved in the program, who all have contributed to the success and the effective delivery of this program. It's truly a great regret not to have all of you here with us. And now it's my pleasure to give the floor to the Vice Rector, Professor Maurizio Kaziragi. Please.
Thank you, Maria Luisa. It's a pleasure and an honor to me to be here with you, not with you. That's the real problem. I like to be here with you. But the situation is complicated. And let me say, I'm acting as a vice-rector for education. And I think that education, the future of education has to face this new situation. And I think that masters are our top of education, because we have to consider that the education is changed in this year, because we were used at the university to think about our standard education, which is the degrees and of course the PhDs. But I think that what is more and more clear in the last decades is that masters are really focused on specific topic to act as a real place for development of knowledge. And so when Maria Luisa presented this master, I was enthusiastic, because I think that is on an incredible fundamental topic. And I think that the results, to see so many of you, and I know from Maria Luisa that you have done an incredible work, and you have done, even in this terrible moment, a very, very good job altogether. So we are very happy to hear at the end of this program to enjoy your result and to be happy with you. And we hope to see you soon and to have an hug together, not only by remote and devices. Thank you again for keep doing this work with us. Thank you to all our faculties. It's a pleasure and an honor for us to arrive at the end of this program with you.
Thank you. And now it's my pleasure to give the floor to Pascal Goy, Head of Learning and Development, Human Resources Department at CERN. Pascal?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I am trying to find my presentation, but maybe before I do so, I would like to thank Professor Maurizio Kaziragi, Vice Rector for Education, for his words. I think that it relays very well what LND is also trying to do. And I would also maybe take that opportunity to say that I am very pleased and honored to say a few words for your graduation ceremony. So now I'm trying to find my presentation, and if I can't, then Enrico will come to my help, because my content is not sharing. So Enrico, I think it's going to be your turn. Hold on, maybe not. Ah, no. Okay, maybe this one. Tell me whether you see it now.
We see your presentation.
Very
Yes.
good. So can I start?
Yes, please.
Very good. So I think that the worldwide turmoil created by the COVID-19 is actually an excellent trigger to make a case on why we need to build soft skills for hard science. And this actually is the topic that I have chosen to emphasize the importance of continuing leadership learning. No need to say that COVID has been a great catalyzer to push forward the research about the ingredients of effective leadership and, in your case, of effective scientific leadership. So here we are, building soft skills for hard science. CERN is represented by two internal realities, two worlds. One is the community of researchers who are guided by hard science and thrive in an environment that is challenging, intellectually demanding. Then we're talking about a diverse organizational culture, flat hierarchy, expertise, experiments. And if we consider the competencies, it's about being open-minded, creative, competitive, and also achievement-oriented. The second world, the second internal reality, is the organization itself. It is the administrative part. And this organization, this part of the organization, is responding to staff members serving the research world, having to organize a hierarchy or supervision lines, administration, and also ensure to develop the technologies of tomorrow. And in this world, the competencies are a little bit different because we are thinking of leadership, so political sensitivity, decision-making, dealing with ambiguity and uncertainty. And the core competencies that I'd like to give at this point are emotional intelligence, resilience.
Mario, per favore, puoi evitare per mezz'ora di mettere...
Sorry?
Back noise or virtual online meeting always have this. Please go ahead.
Shall I continue? Very good. So this was about the core competencies that I was mentioning: empathy, care, resilience. All of this is taking us to what we do at CERN, that is colliding, protons colliding. And in this presentation, what I wanted to say is collide soft skills development with hard skills. I believe that for these two internal worlds, so there is a community of researchers and CERN as an administration, to coexist, to work together in the same direction and be performant, drawing from the analogy of a collision was quite a good example. And indeed, colliding soft skills development with hard skills is key to build the scientific leadership of tomorrow. And this has become crucial when COVID broke out. Spotlight was on people, triggering the survival mode, which means entering into teleworking, special leave mode, managing absence, coping with homeschooling and other realities. So many questions. How to continue the business, how to define directions, make good decisions, communicate without knowing the destination, and at the same time, how to cope with the need for care, support, and solidarity. At CERN, this is how we responded. L&D against COVID. COVID, a catalyzer to reset the world. In LND, we made the strategic decision to digitally transform over 80% of our courses, and we did that within 3 weeks. We changed the learning dynamics, bringing the virtual training to the front of the scene and making it a default position. I believe that in LND we became a key actor with a specific focus on social and well-being performance. We broadened the learning offer to address themes that were never a priority, and I'm thinking about working remotely, keeping our mental strength through resilience, emotional intelligence. And finally, we decided in LND that we should trigger the thriving mode, which means let's communicate to stay connected. Let's ensure that everybody has a healthy work-home balance, not work-life, work-home balance. Let's also develop wellness as a high priority. And I would say that in conclusion, because COVID is not over yet, because we are still in times of uncertainty, we decided at CERN to prioritize training, highlighting those behaviors that are effective in the long term and will help people face constructively what we call the VUCA world. And I know you've seen that with Professor Paoletti. So this conclusion leads us to realize that the role of the scientific leadership now is more complex than ever. In addition to being a remarkable scientist, as a leader, each of you will need to support staff to focus on the importance of workforce well-being. And more generally speaking, the scientific leadership of tomorrow will need to encourage a new workplace. It's going to be about trust, accountability, connections, well-being, being an inclusive and resilient leader. And to do that, enhancing emotional intelligence and resilient behaviors will be your key drivers. As you know, they are particularly needed in a period of social distancing. All this being said, this time is ideal for a reset because clearly there will be no go back as before. And at CERN, we are today preparing the after COVID-19, which means returning to workplace, returning to full operation. I personally believe that in this respect, the LND responsibility has been scoped to continue its digitalization to enable flexibility and agility, maintaining as well a good proportion of presential training. We know presential training is important, and today we can see that in such a great ceremony like today, being at a distance is not the same. Our responsibility is also to reshape our vision around a more agile organizational culture that will privilege social and emotional behaviors that are transversal across all jobs. Among those that are essential at leadership level, I feel like highlighting 3 which have led our work at CERN. The first one is optimism, because it's about developing that courage in hard periods and looking further. The second one is self-reliance, about building a sense of personal responsibility and self-belief so that we can take initiative and face change. And the third one, you all know it because I've talked about emotional intelligence, it's empathy, which means that interpersonal connection that we have. So as I mentioned at the start of my talk, pursuing your leadership training journey will prepare you to become the scientific leader you are today. So on these last words, I'd like to thank you again for giving me your attention. And I am thrilled at staying with you a bit more. If you have any questions, it's possible. Trying not to share.
Thank you, really, Pascal.
for your inspiring words for all of us, not only for the candidates. And now we will have short speeches from representative of the Emory faculty, visiting professors. I will ask Georges Daguerre to address his a few words to the candidates. Thank you, Georges.
Lisa, and good morning, everybody. I want first to congratulate all the graduates for their involvement in developing their infrastructure, their project, and their nice presentation given the last 2 days. I would like to seize this opportunity to highlight the fact that this executive master was successful in bridging experts from different fields. With your involvement and contribution, we have strengthened links and thus create a community of scientific and management experts. This master was successful not only in creating or building a community, but also a career path for future generations. I am personally convinced that research infrastructures will play a major role in the construction of the European research era, and that you personally will contribute in such a construction. And finally, I would like to thank Maria Luisa, Enrico, Francesca, Marcus, Laura, Lorenzo, all the staff of Emory, and of course, all faculty members that gave seminars and courses in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, George. And now the floor is for Oad Graber-Soudry. Oad?
Thank you, Maria Luisa. The management of research infrastructures is a profession. Like any other profession, it has its own characteristics and it has requirements such as advanced specialized skills, great responsibility, accountability, professional ethics, and not least, theoretical knowledge and academic preparation. Seen from that perspective, the landscape of research infrastructures, in particular the profession of management of research infrastructures, has been fragmented for a long time. It requires great leadership and a vision not to understand what I just said, but to do something about it and to create a platform where the skills, knowledge, and training required for this profession can be provided, developed, and aligned. I have been listening with great interest to your presentations made during the course of yesterday and today. And if I had to describe what I've witnessed in one word, I would go for matureness. Matureness of the results of the research conducted, matureness of the professional jargon used, matureness in creating a common denominator for addressing common problems, matureness in the ability to bring together junior managers and director generals in one room and to contribute to the development of the profession, regardless of discipline and seniority. Matureness of the profession and in many other aspects. I would like to thank the leadership of this program, in particular, but not only, to Maria Luisa, Enrico, and Marcus for inviting me to contribute in making this vision a reality. I would like to congratulate you on making such an impressive progress, for your vision and leadership, and for your contribution to the profession. I would like to congratulate the delegates in this masterclass for their achievement, success, and for graduation. and even more importantly, for making this worth-made investment in your professional development. Thank you.
Thank you, Oad. And now the floor is for Frank de Man. Frank?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Lots of congrats for all of you, the students, the staff. As Oad said, the excellent leadership of the program. Also because we all know how hard you worked and how much work it was to get there. I just say a few words about, I come in from an organizational strategy point of view, and I'm especially happy with the program, the objectives of this program, because the key question here is research only about research? Almost 30 years ago, I did a PhD in healthcare, also from a management point of view, and one of the outcomes was that more than 40% of what we call quality of care in medical terms was determined by the organization of care and the way you finance it. So there was a clear connection between content and the way you organize it. And it's only 8-9 years ago that I was in meetings. I've been involved in setting up EATRIS and leading it for a number of years as a medical infrastructure for translational medicine. And it was only in 2010, 2011 that we had meetings in Brussels with DG Research, with researchers, with members of the European Parliament, the European Commission. And those meetings were all about research. And if you talked about organization, marketing, and other issues at the time, you know, those were bad words. You shouldn't mention that in a room with researchers and where research was the topic. But now we know, and also because of this program, that the way you organize it, your research, how you finance it, the leadership, the staff, and as Pascal said, the soft skills, that those are to a great extent determining the outcomes of your research. And therefore, I would also mandate and follow Pascal in her arguments, but even may accelerate that in saying that those soft skills are not soft skills anymore, but hard skills that are conditio sine qua non for the success of your infrastructures. That's why the EMRI program comes in, and that's why I like it so much. It's multidisciplinary, and it brings the key groups and knowledge and experiences together to be successful. Let me congratulate you once again. Keep on spreading your learnings in your own environment, but also as a group, because there's a lot to gain and a lot of success to be made in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. The message is clear. Spread around, spread again what you learn. And now it's a pleasure to invite Marcus Pasterk to give the concluding remarks from the guest faculty, from the visiting professors. Marcus, the floor is yours.
Dear Maria Luisa, Your Excellency Vice Rector, faculty and colleagues of the university, but most of all, dear candidates, you all have started a long and for some painful journey, which is ending today formally with a new academic title. But I think more importantly, with new skills, new expertise, which is supporting your daily work. And most importantly, you gained new friends of like-minded people. As the former Eritrean coordinator, let me congratulate you all for your personal investment, for the time you have invested, and wishing you all the success and the successful continuation of your professional life. In times of pandemics, stay safe, stay healthy, and let's stay in contact in the alumni group of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, really. And now I invite the faculty to join me for the awarding of the Certificate of Excellence. As you all know, we offer research infrastructure the option to enter the program as an organization and split the 12 modules among staff members according to their organizational needs. Now, we will award the Certificate of Excellence to the following research infrastructure and research institutions. Certificate of Excellence in Research Infrastructure Leadership to BBMRI Eric. Certificate of Excellence in Research Infrastructure Leadership to BioExcel Center of Excellence. Certificate of Excellence in Research Infrastructure Leadership to DISCO, Distributed System of Scientific Collections. Certificate of Excellence in Research Infrastructure Leadership to Elixir. Certificate of Excellence in Research Infrastructure Leadership to Istituto Italiano di Tecnologia. Certificate of Excellence in Research Infrastructure Leadership to Operas. Certificate of Excellence in Research Infrastructure Leadership to Swiss Clinical Trial Organization. And now it's time to have a farewell speech by one of the members of the class. Who will be? Surprise. Oh, I guess it's Nicolas.
Exactly.
Nicolas has the privilege to represent the class and to give the farewell class speech. So Nicolas, the floor is yours. We are all thrilled to hear from you. Please.
Thank you so much. So, to the faculty, to the teaching team, and to the class, it's for me an honor to represent the promotion class 2018-2020 of the Executive Master in Management of Research Infrastructures. This speech aims to be thankful and to be unique. It is remarkable to see so many people on the screen who shape our vision of management in the last 25 months. So the class would like to say thank you. Thank you to the faculty, thank you to the teaching teams and to the guest speakers. Thank you to our families who support us to be here. Thank you to our institutions and to our colleagues who also supported us to make this training possible. And thank you for my fellow classmates who were a great source of inspiration, but also fun, and who made Milano such a special place in our heart. I would like to thank particularly the director, Maria Luisa Lavitrano, and the coordinator, Enrico Guarini, for shaping this master and leading it to what it is today. This master is really unique, and I want to insist on the word unique, and for several reasons. It is the one and only academic resource on the management of research infrastructures. It is also a hub of knowledge for learning how research infrastructures can be conceptualized and how we can develop our management style to improve management processes on our infrastructure and can be developed their full potential. The master is also unique as it uses all modern numeric teaching methods I am aware of. Portals, Moodles, online lecture, webinars, recording, websites, social media. I think there is no communication platform I am aware of which is not used in the EMRI, except maybe a chat bot in Slack. But finally, I think all my fellow students agree on these points. We all appreciated the unique commitment of the director and the coordinator. It does not matter if they were traveling, if COVID was becoming a growing threat, if assignments were submitted late, or even if they were laying at home sick. We always felt their wholehearted support. After Unix, the second word that comes to our mind to describe EMRI is forum. Again, we would like to say thank you to the teaching team, including their patience and their availability. The module coordinator really follows the spirits of discussing concrete issues and solutions. They listen to our everyday infrastructure life and analyze this issue with a more theoretical approach. All participants really appreciated the exchange, the time that we planned and taken to hear the concern of the groups and using this point as concrete material. And even with COVID being an obstacle to physical meeting, the teaching team managed to make a live online sessions, including participatory workshops. Therefore, based on the class unique contribution, we hope that our contribution to the EMRI will be used for the next edition and will shape even better managers that we are. I doubt it's possible. We would like to thank you, Laura Farina and Sarah Bonomo, for their support all along this master program. They were always very responsive to all our requests concerning organization. They also helped us to fast best dinner in Milano. And I also have to say that I was impressed by their good mood in the morning. So thank you again for sharing your strategy and your plans for escaping the Unimib despite the traditional Friday strikes of the Italian train drivers. Importantly, catering was also a unique moment in EMRI. The food and the sparkling water was excellent, but that was even more exceptional. That was an enjoyable opportunity to discuss serious material or more specific topic with a comfortable environment, with the lecturer, with the teaching team, and with our colleagues who were sharing very openly their experience and their opinion. We also would like to mention additional opportunities that the network provided, various workshops, seminars organized in Milano and in Brussels, diffusion of job opportunities or surveys, and user scenarios, as well as some doc tweets. We also very much appreciated the diversity of the attendance, coming with different experience, different backgrounds, different expertise from different structures. This diversity allows the participants to experience how diverse are the research infrastructure in Europe. Workshops organized on site modules were really built in proximity between the participants. The workshops critically contributed to a dynamic exchange of different views and opinions about research infrastructures. And integrating punctually participants and different team members allow a certain dynamism as the participants only contributed for a few days and were eager to contribute. So finally, we are all very proud today that we were selected for this very unique formation. A truly unique education and recognition in European research infrastructure management. So my dear fellow classmates, before closing this final ceremony, let me close with one point. Last time we met, we had dinner just at the corner of the university and had the chance to meet a queue of artists waiting for Italian Got Talent auditions in front of the Arciboldi Theater. So I guess next time we should register. Indeed, my fellow classmates, they have talents. So once again, thank you so much to all of you. It's been a wonderful experience working with you, and all the best for your future. European research being a small word, and you being such fantastic communicators, I'm convinced that we will keep working together and meet again very soon.
Bravo.
Thank you, Nicolas.
Nicolas, thank you very much. Your words really touched us. Really, thank you very much. Now is the very special part of the program. We will start the ceremony of awarding the Executive Master degree. So,
just I remind you that when you are called in, just open your microphone and say thank. Just the time to make an online photo for this moment.
Ci siamo? Dovrebbe inquadrare. Okay. So, with the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Juan Arenas Marquez.
Thank you.
With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Rosen Apostolov.
Thank you.
With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Florence Beatrix.
Thank you.
With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Massimiliano Borsani.
Thank you.
With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Monique Bossi.
Thank you.
With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Sara Casati.
Thank you.
With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Nicolas Casadei.
Thank you so much.
With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Marcella Davila.
Thank you.
With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Wolfgang Flecke.
Thank you very much.
With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Maria Incoronata Fredella.
Thank you.
C'è sempre Sara. Siamo riusciti? Okay. With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Giuseppe Magnifico.
Thank you so much for that.
With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Paola Materia.
Thank you.
See? With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Vera Matzer.
Thank you.
Vera, say a few words.
Thank you.
Again, we cannot see you. Louder.
Okay, thank you very much.
No. Open the webcam. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Vera. With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master Degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Ingrid Puyat.
Thank you so much.
Yes. With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master Degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Ludwig Renaud.
Thank you.
Okay. With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master Degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Jana Striova.
Thank you so much.
With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master Degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Carla von der Kallen.
Thank you so much.
With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master Degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Sashil Varma. With the power given to me by the law, I award the Executive Master Degree in Management of Research Infrastructure to Urs Zilgler.
Thank you very much.
We show the certificate that we want to send to you because we want all of you here personally very soon, as soon as the condition will allow it. We will repeat a very great ceremony for you.
But there are two last assignments for them, Maria Luisa.
Yeah.
Let me give some few words.
Before we are getting close to the end of the event, and I want to thank all of you. Today is not a goodbye. Today is just a farewell. So I hope you will keep in touch with our university, with us, and also between yourself. We are planning to build a permanent community of practice within all research infrastructure, able to promote existing excellence and experiences, create dedicated forums of discussion and share knowledge, resulting in a reservoir of best practice and experiences to be shared as primary tools for hands-on learning. I wish you all the success for the future. And now I want to give the floor to the program coordinator, Professor Enrico Guarini, for the closing remarks and actually the assignment.
Yeah, but the closing remarks are closing. First of all, thank you, all of you who are here. I want to thank you, each of you, your family, friends, your employer. We are celebrating today your success, hours of dedication, commitment, sacrifices. But part of this success is also merit of these people, your employer and your parents as well. So thank you to all of you. I want to thank you all, also my colleagues, Maria Luisa, all the faculty members. And it's very pleasure to work with them. And also each class is very unique. I've learned a lot with you. It's very great experience for me, every class of Emory. I want to remind you two assignments, the last two, I think. The first one is that now we have a further group, an additional group of people, of research infrastructure leaders who are thinking differently in their organization. They are thinking in a different way their experience and their work. And we have learned a lot, we listened a lot about this during these 2 days. But now you have a bigger responsibility. You are now acting as an EMRI ambassador in your organization. So please manage and lead well. This is the first assignment I want to give you. The second assignment is that it's been a pleasure to meet each of you. I want to remind you the great experience we have had here in Milan during the face-to-face module. But this is not a goodbye, as Maria-Luisa told before. This is a farewell, like we have each time we meet here in Milan after each module, face-to-face module. So I want to wish you see you back soon here in Milan for the big event we want to celebrate again face-to-face here in Milan again. Let's keep in touch. I hope you will be continue to be in touch with us, with our faculty, with our university as well, but also with others, everyone, as times move on. I wish you all the success and very happy to have met you. Good luck.
Good luck and thank you. We wait for you here in Milano.